Started. Moment. Windows organized. Yeah. All right. Everything looks good. Check the audio. Good. That is an incredible hum. Fortunately, the software filters out. And that hum is from the fact that I have the transmitter powered in at all times. Does 4.5, 5 hours, I think, probably of battery life on it. These streams often go longer than that. So it's best just to leave it plugged in. All right, well, where are we? All right, welcome back to Satisfactory. My name is Wakata, and we are live. Picking up where we left off last week, in our previous live stream, because again, we are doing parallel projects. We have our live stream project, which is our 85 gigawatt power plant. And then we have our normal episodic projects that we're doing in, well, episodes. That's why they call it episodic. And so I have not done anything at all in regards to the power plant from last week because I want to isolate it to a live experience. Now, that's not to say that I haven't actually done some stuff to prepare for it a little bit, but I haven't worked on it. I haven't worked on the design for it. I haven't touched the area. I've done something in the area, but not related to the project. You'll see that in a short bit. But what do I need to be better prepared. Right. So in preparation for the live stream and for the project, I have a little quick side thing, which will be in tomorrow's episode. You'll also see it today. Wait till you get over there. I'll show you the result of the quick little side project. We need some. Oh, I need more copper sheeting. I thought I had restocked that. Of course, I've done some work since then. We have a new container in the warehouse, and you can see it has a new product in it. That is aluminum. So I did not build our aluminum plant. That's not a quick one episode thing. But I did toss down one machine to, well, actually, here. No, I don't want to do that. I want extra. I did throw down, you can see it's not exactly coming in. I did throw down a machine to start getting us a little bit of aluminum in so that we can do a couple of unlocks and so that we can have access to Mark V belts, because I think that, I mean, we don't really have to even do any more math to know that we're going to benefit from Mark V belts in the project that we're working on. We need something else for what I'm getting ready to do, and I don't know what it is. We're going to go to the hub real quick and find out, because we're going to do an unlock. I know we need computers and aluminum and AI limiters. I don't remember what the third item was. Oh, 4 items. Goodness. Motors, that's the thing. Okay. Ah. So we are going to get the hover pack today because, I mean, we're going to be all over the sky working on this project, right? It's very vertical because it's going to be a gigantic tower of some sort. And I felt like the hover pack would benefit us greatly. So let's got the necessary resources to unlock this. And then, of course, at some point we're going to want to unlock the Mark V belts. We don't need them immediately because we're not at that point in the construction. And it's going to take time for the rocket thing to come back for us to do another milestone. But we can be doing this in the meantime and start putting it together so we can actually have it on our backs. I think this is going to be so very useful for us. Under these. Oh, that way we have a stack on us. I think motors are upstairs. Yeah, rotors are down here. It makes motors upstairs. Or one more so we can even out our stack. Anything else we want to get while we're here? Low on AI limiters. I don't think we really need, I mean, we really only use those for smart splitters. And they're not being delivered here yet. That's something else that we need to take care of. Don't know that we'll do it today. But as of the episode that it was releasing tomorrow, we more or less finish the electronics hub. And I mean, there's still plenty of work to do there, but the last product that we know for sure we're going to build at that location is done. And we have hover pack.
Milestone reached. The hover pack enables aerial overview of all powered factories as well as easy transport across multi-level buildings by wirelessly connecting to the power grid.
This is never smart, but we still have our jetpack on, so... Oh, it's stuck. We'll go up anymore, I'm blocking it. Nice view of the territory, though. Down there's our steel. Our warehouse. There's our main complex. Yeah, this is a great view of everything. I like this. Almost feel like we should build a tower up to here. It would look awkward, though. There is the space elevator. Can't see far enough to see the other stuff. It's either that or it's behind that rock there, which is where our electronics hub is. Well, I expected this to take us up into the stratosphere. They've done a lot of work on the clouds. They talk about that in the developer live stream. All right. This is also possibly giving us an idea. I wonder if this is the highest we can build. No, we can't, because look, right, almost straight across is this landmass. We know we can build higher than that. Okay. All right. We're heading down. Let it go. All right. And we're going to move that hub at some point. It needs a real home. We're back. Excellent. I had enough material on me. All right. You're hover pack enabled. Oh, that's so great. Being able to just hover. Yeah, we'll have to lay out some power lines at the work site, because right now we don't have any power running through, our initial area. I mean, obviously we have the train station there, so it's not a problem. But where we put our initial platforms to map out our floors, we haven't run power to that yet, so we'll need to run power to there. The question is going to be whether or not we want to run the power all the way up, so we can fly up and down. Probably, but what we have there right now is not permanent and is definitely going to change. So I really need to clean all this up. Getting this aerial view is reminding me of just, we worked so hard to get this place cleaned up early on, and then we did all this temporary stuff. Rid of all that. And junked up our yard when we did our first live stream for update 6, because we needed to make all this ammo. Which also reminds me, I need to make... I need to make more of the explosive rebar. I think that's all I've got left. But we don't need to do that today. Maybe I'll leave this stuff here until then. Yeah, alright. 42 seconds left until it comes back. I know I said we'd probably do this later, but we're in the area. Oh, kind of stalling a little bit. Oh, nice. I have enough on me to do it. We're not worried about the rest of this stuff. We're not making aluminum casings. And we're not going to get into drones or any of that stuff. Oh, that's interesting. The aeronautical engineering milestone unlocks supercomputers, which we also unlock through the Caterium MAM chain, which is what we actually do tomorrow in the episode that has already been recorded. So, interesting redundancy there. Okay, it came back. Yeah. Boop. 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 Oh.
Milestone reached. Improved conveyor belts and lifts can now be constructed.
We'll write it for one more time. Although we should put the actual jetpack on. I think this takes the exact same route. It really feels like it should go higher. Okay, so I think we're probably good to pretty much just go to the site. I need to restock a little bit. We need some iron plate. I just got rid of all my reinforced iron plate. Where are the rods? Rods? Do I have no rods on me? I exactly run out of rods. All right. It just stays there. The reason I was looking for iron plate and rods is because they are not at the warehouse. They're right here. imagine I must have exactly used up iron rods and something. Right on the dot. Oh no, there they are. I couldn't see them. That should be plenty. Because again, you know, all the stuff that we are using for the project is either already at the job site or queued up to go to the job site on our train. So this is supplemental stuff. Okay. I wanted to look at the Mark V stuff just to make sure it was indeed the aluminum sheeting and not the casing. I was pretty sure it was the sheeting. It's been a little while. And how are we on cable? We should go get cable. This is the other thing that is not at the site. Let's see how high we can get away with connecting. Nice. We'll fly around the place. You know, all these buildings have wiring all running through them. Awesome. And cable. So we've got plenty of space for a little more stuff. We don't need all these high-speed connectors on us. Or these circuit boards. Actually, get rid of some of this. I don't think we're going to make anything with those. It's just nice to have inventory space. I have a couple of these dotted around that are disposal bins. I need to throw away something as valuable as high-speed connectors, but we just don't need them. Anything from home. I'm not going to bother getting rid of the animal remains because we'll probably end up killing more stuff. I mean, defending ourselves. One of our trains. That, in fact, I think is the new aluminum train, the temporary train. We don't need more jetpack fuel because we are not going to be jetpacking much. Probably most of our inventory space should be reserved for concrete. Hey, T-Rex. Doing good today. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Now what else we need to do? We need to make space in our train for aluminum sheeting. This is our car that we use for all of our belting stuff. Good to hear, good to hear. A productive day. I mowed the lawn this morning. You have a hurricane heading our way, and I thought it was a good time to Probably should get out and mow the lawn. Well, I could. I need to make more space for the... So I don't think we need to have the packaged fuel in this. What can we cut down on? When we need motors, we always need a lot of them, so that's why we have 3 spots of those. I guess we don't need the heat sinks in here. We don't make them yet. They were something we picked up from a crash site, and I just had them on the train in case we needed to use them for opening a hard drive. But the train isn't with us anyway when we go hard drive hunting, so that's not really necessary. We're never surprised by needing that many stators, so I think we can give up stators. I think that should be good. We don't need 3 packs of fuel there. Yeah, I think that will work out all right. Let's put back a little bit of the fuel because we're literally not making the fuel anywhere. We're running on that stock that we made at one point. Oh. Oh wow, Heartspace is crashing after level 11? I know that they just released on PS5, right? So there was... The only reason I knew that there was an update for... I mean, obviously we play Heartspace on this channel, but I only play it on live, and so... in a couple weeks. But my... YouTube gives... on the YouTube creators page, it gives it's a little window that shows your top 3 videos over the past 48 hours, just to give you an idea of what, if anything's trending. And my most popular Heartspace tutorials have pushed all of the recent stuff off the page. There was a sudden spike in the tutorials. I'm like, oh, they must have done something that's brought in a bunch of new players. That's unfortunate. Yeah, they need to fix that quick, because if it's crashing on the new platform, that's going to drive off new players real fast. Like, if someone like myself was playing it and it started crashing, it would be like, oh, we're already invested in the game. We'll come back when it's fixed. But you get new players just getting exposed to the game and it's crashing. That's a real bad mojo. Because they'll refund, or if it's part of the Xbox pass play thing, whatever it is that they do, then they'll just drop it and not come back. That's really bad. Hopefully they'll get that fixed. Where is our... there it is. I've had this hover pack for about 5 minutes, and now I don't want to touch the ground at all. It's so convenient. Oh man. Let's cap this. Motors at the top. Stop by the house and drop off our heat sinks, or we could drop off on our little side thing. Max out my computers as well. I don't think we build anything that requires oscillators, so don't worry about capping that off. Oh, we need to get a bunch of reinforced plate. Okay. I'm intentionally flying out over the open space, even though I don't need to. I have a hover pack. That off. That next. And then just the reinforced plate, which is at the other end. It'd be nice to have some more. Oh, we should go get plastic. I don't know if we're going to be doing the flooring and plastic foundations. Out of power range. That's what I get for flying outside the... Yeah, it definitely will. It definitely will earn it bad reviews if it's coming up broken on a new platform. That's not what I'm looking for. It's such a good game. It's so worthy of being played. It would be a real shame to have, just an oversight in QA during such a critical time as a launch to a new platform cost them visibility and get them negative reviews because I've been along for most of the public facing journey of the development of that game, and the developers have always been so good and so dedicated to it that it'd be a terrible shame to see their work sabotaged by such bad luck. But I will continue to talk positively of it for those who listen. I'm not going to worry about getting screws. We're all the way back over there. We don't use a lot of them, and we have an emergency set here. I guess we have enough plastic in here for now. There's a pretty decent chance that large part of the structure that we're going to build will be coated flooring. But I don't know that we'll get that far today because we have so much planning to do that we need to design the building. We need to establish the layout. Now let's see. Oh, before we leave, so I put everything on pause related to this project. So because I want it all to go on live stream. So like even all the product hasn't been delivered yet, even though I've recorded an entire episode of other things. This has not been delivering back to the work site, and I even stopped this train, which was the relay train. So there may still be stuff relaying. I'll start that process again. I don't know if this is faster than just running across, but I think actually what I want to do is let's go by the electronics hub real quick, grab a little bit more plastic, and check and see if there is anything left to be relayed back to here. Otherwise, I could just shut down that train, and that way it doesn't get in the way of stuff. E-hub mid. It'd be nice if these were alphabetical order, because this should be up here. Hello? Clicking plus. Let's try that again. Okay. And then we are going down to the right side. Oh yeah, Satisfactory is such a good game. This is another game that is, you know, has a good set of active developers who are really making an effort to work with the community to produce a good quality game and taking the time that's necessary to do so. It's part of what makes me appreciate the game. I have had fun every minute of this game I have played ever since it came out initially on early access. And I'm glad I jumped on this game early. If anything, just so I could see how much the game has grown from its early stages, all the features that we've gained and things that have changed. It's kind of nice to have seen this game mature into what it is. That's empty. That's empty. Come back here. I want to tell you to stop. Okay. You're not gonna. Is he gonna? Oh, no, he's going the other way. I was gonna go and head him off. Okay, so it looks like all the relay material has been relayed. So we don't need that train running around. But while we're here, let's grab some plastic. Probably could do with grabbing some copper sheeting. I think that's all we need from here. Oh, I wanted AI limiters. How do I not have AI limiters on me? I have circuit boards. Am I just missing the AI limiters like I missed the rods earlier? Yeah, I am. Right there. But we'll top off that stack. Let's grab that, and everything's downstairs. I think it's faster to run. Well, go ahead and let's take an extra stack of that. I don't know how much piping we're going to be doing, but good to have that on us. And AI limiters. Just do not pay attention to how bad this place looks. This area is my dirty little secret. My only belt spam in the entire factory. Hopefully by the end of next episode, this is going to be all cleaned up and organized and just look a lot better. Because now we know where all of the buildings and everything are. I'm avoiding looking over there because there's a new building over there. If you want to see that building, check out tomorrow's episode. I want to spoil my own stuff. Yeah, I think we're good. Here's one thing I want to show you guys. It's going to determine whether or not this guy takes a left or a right. There's nothing to load. I have been very busy between live streams. Did something. Turn left, please. He is turning left. Excellent. So we're going back to the build site, the job site, which, if you were present, or if you recall, we are. By the way, they fixed the map. Thank goodness. We can actually see things now. We're here at the electronics hub, and the rail goes over, right? Goes over and across and down, and that's down all the way around the map and to our job site. that was how we got to the job site. Last episode. And while this train runs, I'm going to take a bite of my sandwich. So this is all new rail. You can see there in the background, that's normally where it goes up to the base, home base. I have been very, very busy over this week. Running a rail like this just takes way too long to do on a live stream. It would have taken an entire live stream just to run this rail. That's why I just do it off camera between episodes. Take over self-driving here. Normally the self-driving would just go straight. I want to turn left. So here we are over the swamp, trying to avoid the trees as much as possible. And we have a temporary little station here. Well, it's probably not temporary, it's probably permanent. I show this in the upcoming episode, but this is, right over there is bauxite. And so we're collecting up our bauxite here for our temporary aluminum intake. And again, we just need the aluminum. We needed the aluminum so we can unlock our jetpack or our hover pack, and so that we can now have Mark V belts, because I mean, we're building an 85 gigawatt power plant. We got to move a lot of material, and it just made sense to, you know, rather than do all that with Mark IV belts, then immediately unlock Mark V belts on, you know, almost right afterwards. It was just made sense to go ahead and get the Mark V belts now. I mean, I don't know what the per minute output is going to be of the solid materials we're going to have to move, but it's going to be a lot. It's in the thousands. You know, pumping. You know, we're making a bunch of packaged water that we have to send up. Then it has to get packaged into fuel, packaged fuel, which will then also be sent up. And then, of course, we have to send all of the empty containers back down. And I think that's thousands per minute. And there's all the resin byproduct that we're going to be making that needs to be moved out and into a sink or into multiple sinks. So we're going to benefit greatly from having Mark V belts. I'm going to stop this real quick before we get here, because I don't want it to dock yet. There was another thing I did between episodes. So last episode, during our last live stream, what we did was, because we were bouncing this train back and forth, delivering all of this stuff to the site, we took all the contents of our first two trains, which is our general use products that we always have with us, and we put them in these two storage units. And then, of course, I went to do an actual episode and realized I need that material. And doing so made me realize, why did we make these in the first place when we could have just put stations here and use those as a storage, which made a lot of sense, because right, I can just unload into there, and then when I go back to doing the, work off site from here, I just switch these from load to from unload to load, and then it puts everything back on the train so that I can use them again. I need to switch them back to unload because now we're at the site. And now we can just let it bounce back and forth and finish bringing all the materials here. And we'll have we don't have to worry about our train being here when we need materials, because they'll be in the stations. So that was a little thing I did. I was like, why didn't I not do that before? I also had to add some more of these because I realized this whole thing was backed up and it couldn't unload everything. Well, it looks like it probably still can't. That's okay. We're not ready for all this material yet anyway. But most of it's already delivered, and I think what we're going to do is fall out of the sky because we're away from all the power. There's a couple things I want to do. I want to run, well, as you can see, power is running down there because if I go any further, I'm going to fall off this. That is our temporary aluminum setup. I also want to run power over to there. And I think I want to sort out all of our materials here so that it's easier for us to know what we have and where, when we actually get to large scale building. I just realized I didn't pick up all of my concrete and the train just left. Okay, all right, well, that's a thing. We'll have to catch it when it comes back. Oh no, and it's going to the wrong place because we went to the electronics hub, not home. This is a great start. Timetable. Need to E-hub, you need to go home. Home, left. Home, home, home. There it is. At least now it has a much shorter route, because now it's bouncing back and forth between the two locations. Yeah, sorry, there it is. And not having to go all the way around the map, like it was last time. So it'll be back sooner. But I want to, let's start by getting power run. No, I think we're gonna have to run these a little bit closer to each other because, yeah, see, I'm out of power there. Fly back up. I cannot. So I think we're gonna want to get an intermediary pole. And I want to start bringing the materials down to a more accessible place so we don't have to keep going back up there. But I want to make sure it's still out of our way. So I'm thinking we just do an area here. You see, this is our one-shot aluminum temporary. This is not where we're going to build our factory for it, but I just needed the aluminum. It takes all of these machines just to get one assembler running at 30 per minute. Yeah. Aluminum is a beast to set up. It's gonna be a heck of a project. And it's not too far down the road. We don't have much more to do. In fact, it might be our next product. Oh, although I don't think it'll be next episode. All right, I want to... We don't need to center it, we'll put it on the front. And out of range. I don't know how many products we've got, but I want to sort them out. Where can we go? That's not very far. Before I do that, let's actually count how many squares. 2, 3, 4, about 4.5. 4, wow. 4, that means 1, 2, 3. Or let's just do 3.5. 3. That way we don't, because if we're high, then we'll end up in a dead zone. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Whoop. Why is it not? Oh, because I forgot to click on it. Okay. We'll run the rest of that in a bit. I want to get this started. We got a lot of material to move, and this game's about automation. We're not going to carry it down ourselves. No, we don't need that. Jetpack's gonna get us, or the hoverpack's gonna get us in trouble. Let's do this. I always start with Mark 1 belts and then I go back and upgrade. Typically because that's just the material I have on me and that's the only thing I have hotkeyed. Stop that. They really need to extend the range of... I've had these in the previous playthrough, which was not on the channels. Was when they came out with the hover pack. They added it to the game, and felt since then and still that a glaring problem with it is that it needs to have the same range as a cable. You know, if the cable can go that far, then the wireless needs to reach the same length as a cable could. All right, and wait a minute, I don't want to do that yet. I need to assign them. What's coming down first? These industrial beams, that seems. Let's take a stock on what we actually have and decide what order we want to see them in. So the things that stack the least should be the things that we should put closest to where we're going, because we can't carry as many of them and they're more likely to have to come back for them more often. So motors and heavy modular frames should be on the end. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 products. 6. I don't think we had rubber in there. Nope. I think that was 7, 8 products. We had rotors. That's 9, maybe 10 for steel pipes. I might be double counting some of this. Plastic would be 11. Or how many containers that we need? Let's say 11. And all right, we're gonna need to reroute some of this stuff, but let's get this going first. We have 6. Of course, that thing's gonna get in the way. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Maybe we do them on the other side. I don't want to get too far into the lake, but I don't think we're going to be building this far out anyway. Oh, we ran out of concrete. I thought I just saw the corner of my eye. I thought I saw a train. No, it's gone. Okay. We are going to tell our train to come here and stop. So we need the concrete. Yeah, that's the aluminum. Okay, that was the aluminum express it just went through. Where is our train at? Where is it docked? Our train get lost? Not our train. That's not our train. Where's our train at? Super long autosave. Okay, so our train seems to have disappeared. There it is. Okay. So now it'll come here and it won't leave, so we can get our concrete off of it. Oh, there's my missing hard drives. Trying to find those during the episode and couldn't. I don't know what all of this is. Why is it sitting aside? I don't know why this is here. I'm gonna leave it. Because I don't want to, all these materials are counted out. I don't want to mix general stock with them. get on the line. Perfect. And we can pull and controlled, so it snaps to it. It's 4, 5, 6, 7. I shouldn't have to count because we have 11 platforms. I'm going to mix my stock with what's on that belt. I'll get my pickup. That belongs over here. The warning thing flashing at me. We're gonna fly the sky. I need to stop abusing the hover pack anyway. Okay, so we said we wanted this end to be motors. Any undefined. And heavy modular frames. I'm thinking first one will be quick wire because it stacks in huge amounts, so we don't have to come and get it very often. We have like or encased industrial beams. They stack them 100, so we'll just do them right here. Tiny new Mark V belts. Might help if I remember to actually connect it. Oh man, look at all the material go. Goodness. All right, I think we can do rubber next. No, actually, okay, let's bring up the spreadsheet. Not on this screen, but I just need it over here so I can see what we have the most of. Document recovery, what? I did have a power out the other day. Didn't realize that my spreadsheet was open when I had the power out. And nothing was lost. So we have quick wire more than anything else. Rubber is our second highest. Like quick wire I'm not too worried about. Motors and quick motors, rubber, and quick wire. So that means we're gonna have to access rubber a lot. Let's put rubber here. There's anything else coming down because this stuff's gonna come at us so fast. I need to have time to mark. Slow it down a little bit. That cause a choke point here. We said quick wire is here, right? So we can. That's already defined. Yeah. Oh, forgot to connect it, didn't I? And I have that I picked up off the belt. Connect the power line. Stopped. Something sneak through. Copper sheeting. Not very much copper sheeting required. Let's put it all the way over here. Slow down so I could catch the products coming through that we weren't ready for yet. I was busy cleaning up the other stuff. We need more power. Begin the pole spam. Well, a catch-all for whatever we goof up and miss. So that's already been defined. That's already been defined. Reinforced plate. We don't really, virtually none of that needed. Put it down here because we're never going to see that. Plastic, we're not going to see very much of that. Rotors, almost none. I feel like I'm building a Minecraft storage cable, computers. I almost feel like it's let that stuff roll over. Let's see here, steel pipe. this would be a decent place for having the programmable splitter, because we have a number of items that are so small that we don't need a dedicated one to. We can just let them overflow. Yeah, Greg. The limit on the hover pack is just the range is almost makes it not useful. It just ends up requiring us to full spam everywhere. I feel like it should either have the same range as cables do between poles, or it should draw power from cables. If there's cable there, there's power, and then it just siphons from it. I mean, I know it's kind of magic, but you know. I guess we'll do computers here. I think there's one or two small products that we didn't get. Got motors, case beams, steel pipe, copper sheeting, steel beams we didn't assign a home to. Let's do this one right here instead. Rotors and reinforced plate are only 600 total. Let's hijack this one for computers. And then the rest, this overflow. I think literally the only thing we don't have a home for is rotors now. Temporarily get cheating out of my inventory. That up. And then forget where we put the sheeting at. Oh, I'll put it over here. Reserve our numbers. What I say, rotors, that's what we stole from. And then, just in case we missed anything, we'll put a catch-all in the end. I think we got everything, though. All right, everything should be flowing at Mark 5, brand new Mark 5 belt speeds. I saw a little. Okay, there must have been another product mixed in there. Like I saw a little gap in there. Yeah, see, there's gaps going in. Why is there a? Oh, okay, because there's going to be other. All right, the gaps before it gets there, because it's. All right, makes sense. Working. All right, so now we need to do a couple more things. We need to feed back materials to here so they can all come down there from these other ones, as well as we're going to need to double up, right? Because we have some things that take more than one storage container worth of space. Oh, our train's honking at us. I was, there was something I'd forgotten about, which was that trains have horns. Remember what the horn button? Oh yeah, trains have horns. And I was working on my next episode for tomorrow, and I was driving this train into the electronics hub, and there were trains. There was a train coming, and it's a major congestion point. And I accidentally clicked on the button that caused my horn to go off, and I about jumped out of my seat because there was that momentary built-in reaction of I'm in a high-speed vehicle and there's a horn, there's about to be a wreck, I'm about to die. It's an aggressive horn, and it was just I'm the one who hit the button. But to me, it was one of the trains was going, oh God, there's we're gonna have a wreck, and of course it's not even real life. But I was so caught off guard by it. It almost made me right out of my chair. I thought my life flashed before my eyes, and I didn't have it on camera. I was driving to the next job site with the recording was paused. Speaking of which, I need to stop recording. I recorded a clip a little earlier on, over an hour ago, and meant to stop the recording and forgot to stop it. I record all of my Heartspace Shipbreaker episodes, but I don't record these. I don't know why. Honestly, do not know why. Okay. Up to that. Up to that. Get rid of this. That's going to have material in it. I need to break the cycle so that I can feed everything back down. That's going to have moderate frames in it. Get them out of my inventory. Break that. Put that back in. Back their heavy modular frames. Back my heavy modular frames. Okay, so now everything that's in this lane will go downstairs eventually. And this is all going... do that. And there's stuff in there, so we can... that. Okay. So now 100% of everything should end up passing through this storage container and eventually downstairs to all that. So we will now have all of our stuff delivered to a nice sorted area. I'm not sure what we're going to need. Oh, we still don't have enough motors or heavy modular frames, just period. Should have got some of those while we were at home. I'm not going to worry about it right now, but we need to remember to do that we don't have everything here. That also means motors. Any of them made down here? If not, I think it's going to be... yeah. This will be one of the ones that's... could need more storage. What else did we have? More rubber. Rubber is going to need more than one storage. Okay, we'll look back and see if the line is stopped because something filled up, then we'll address it at that point. Let's get power to the job site and then start doing the fun part of figuring out how much space this is all going to take up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It looks centered to me. There it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Click on it again. 3, 4, 5, 6. And one up here. So I've been thinking about, you know, we need to come up with shape. I don't want this to just be a regular tower, and we need... I was thinking about, we put feet on it, the arch, and then we have the overhead, and then inside the feet, which would be in the water. I mean, how many water extractors do we need? Because I didn't put a sign down for water extractors. 57. Do this. Because the water extractors are on the bottom floor. There are water fits. Yeah, I guess we can do that. And if we were to like group these, let's see here, it's 120 per 120 water per extractor, I believe. Right, so 5 of them is 600. So we can group them in 5s for 1 pipe, which would put us at a minimum of 11 Mark II pipes. Right, 10 would be 50, 11 would be 55, so it's 12. Yes. So we would have to have a minimum of 12 groupings of water extractors, a minimum. Now, if we wanted to come up with some kind of design that spread them out even more, we don't have to go with Mark II pipes. We don't have to do 600 per. But the bare minimum is going to be 6 pipes, or what did I just say? 12 pipes. Let's see here. $57. equals 12. 12 groups. Hopefully that math is correct. Whole groups of 5. So that's we have to, first of all, I mean, hopefully there's enough space here. I assume there is for us to get 60. I mean, obviously there's enough space, but is it all deep water? I think it's going to be. And whether or not we can work this into part of the building design. Or whether or not we make them independent of the building design and just do like a water farm that then carries over to it. So I missed that, Greg. And lights to now what? You're referring to? Don't want to. There was a sign that we forgot to fill out. That one right there. Oh yeah, right. We were talking about trains like that. Yeah, I appreciate that they added lights to the trains, but I would like to be able to turn them off. Mixed feelings on them. I mean, it's a nice option. Or I'd like to turn them off during the day or something like that. So this is just fuel. Oh. I clicked twice. No. Good grief. Fuel. And we need 1333. So I think we're going to not worry about, given the math on the water extractors, that it's going to take 12 groups, minimal. I don't think that we can work them into the design on a base level. I think they need to be. I think we need to work on the design first, and then if we can fit it in the design, then we do. And if we can't fit it in the design, then we come up with some kind of water, something clean where we can row them out just somewhere outside away from the building and then just make a nice show of pumping them to the building. Because we're already going to be running pipes from all over because of the crude extractors, which are more or less all over the place. Yeah, they're going to be coming from all around us. Oh yeah, I need to rename the hard drives that we opened on our way. Remember we couldn't interact with the markers. Oh, they fixed it. Yay! Oh, select icon. That's not the icon. That's the icon. There we go. There was another one we opened up. I'm not sure where it was at. And there's another hard drive that I spotted when I was making the new rail line that I didn't take the time to pick up. So we might grab that later. So being said, we need to, I'm going to assume, let's see here. I'm going to assume we can do the 114 Packers on one floor, given how small they are. The 114 refineries, I'm thinking, are going to be 3 floors. And this will, since that's more refineries than this will probably be on 2 floors. Let's see here. That's going to be roughly 40 refineries per floor, right, at 114. If we do 3 floors. And this would be 42 and a half. So that works out real well. If we go for 40 refineries per floor, that gives us a nice target for our footprint of how many we can fit in. We fit this exactly. I knew we couldn't. Don't think I want to go. If we go 20, goodness, we're going to do 40. Let's say 40, because we need 42 and a half for the other ones. So let's go for 42 is divisible by 3. We try to do 3 rows. We need some room to breathe. And we need 42 and a half, so 45. Let's try to get enough room for 45. Which would be 15. So if we're, I did not pick up the concrete. So 15 wide, right? If we go 15 wide, 3 rows of 15. Let's try that first, see how wide that is, and if it feels like it's too wide for the area, then we look at 4 rows. So we do 44, 4 rows of 11. Actually, let's start with the 4 rows of 11 because we have you know, the real thing that's going to be driving our space is all of the fuel generators, because, well, we're in the neighborhood of 600 of them. Just grab all that. Yep. Okay, I didn't connect something, did I? Oh, look at this. Oh, it had stuff in it. Oh, it was, crap. I picked up some of our encased industrial beams. Oh, all right, too late now. I didn't catch how much that was, how many of those were. All right, we got the concrete we came for. It had to have been something that stacked because my inventory was full. It didn't leave a crate behind it. Nope. Okay, so we're gonna say a minimum of. Let me check. Let me jot on my spreadsheet here. All right, so I had already guessed that we were going to do the crude oil for 2 floors. We're going to say 4 by 11 on a floor. Diluted fuel. Yeah. So 3 floors of diluted fuel. 2 floors of crude oil. I'm flying when in my Blade Runners are. I didn't really feel like I was going much faster now, but I'm sure the Blade Runners are quicker. Yeah, I feel like I'm going at the same speed. Yeah, I feel like the same speed. So let's see what this will look like. It said 4 by 11, but it's 4 by. Yeah, 4 by 11. Because it was 3 by 15 was the 45. Two, 3. I'm gonna fall in the water. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And out of materials. Get rid of some of our redundant stuff that we can access as needed. Just to free up some space for carrying other things that we need. I'm gonna keep running back and forth. Now we're going to start mixing some of this stuff into our general inventory anyway. Why does that not have a number? Oh, because they're going upstairs, so it's 0. All of those. All of those. Grab a couple more. Seems they put some of those away, I think. Be safe. That's 5 wide. We're doing 4 deep of 11 wide. It's not gonna be too. That's really not gonna be that much space, is it? Three, 4, 5. A bit more of a view. That's not going to be very... If we were to do that, that's not very wide. And I mean, that's wall to wall. That's 14 foundations. Got this down. 11 refineries. Foundations. I don't know if that's going to give us an adequate width for, you know, the sheer amount of fuel generators that we're going to use. Even if we squared that off, 14 by 14, adding a couple on the sides, so 16, 17, 18. Even if we go like 20 by 20. So we might get away with doing, so we'll probably actually get away with doing this in 2 floors. I think we're going to have to go so much larger than this to accommodate the generators that we'll be able to do those in 2 floors probably pretty comfortably. But we said 14 wide is that. We're going to say a minimum of 18. So we're at 3 right there. 15 wide. So that's our 18. If we were going with the 11 wide, this would give us enough, you know, padding on the sides for running piping and all that stuff. This would be a minimal width. Here's where we find out that we don't have enough materials for these on hand. Nope, we definitely don't. Gonna run out of quick wire and rubber and motors. All right, let's get it started. What was that? Okay, here we go. Let's see how many we can fit. Ooh, that is right up the edge too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That is not a lot. That is not a lot. So we need to determine how far out. If we're doing 3 rows of 11 for these, no, it's 4 rows of 11. So we would back to back these. So that's, let's pretend that this one over here is flipped around the other way. So these two would be back to back for oil to run down the middle, or whatever it is that we're shipping to that floor. It'd be oil in that one, but that doesn't matter. Point is piping that's going to split between them. So it would be crude. This would be heavy oil going between them. So we want at least a block between them. And we'll mirror all we really need. Because we would say this would come out to here. We'd start the next one at the halfway point like this one. Their outputs could kind of merge and move on, and then we would have another set there. So we would need at least a row behind it. It's going to be so fun cleaning up all these temporary poles after the fact. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll need 5 more. Minimum. There'll be an empty row between the two of them. And space for the output. So that would be the square of the building. That's 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 was it? Don't drop me. $17. So we would say a minimum floor plan of 14 by 17. So how many can we fit? That's 5, 6. That should be 17. Can't build it over there because any of that path, that's where our ladder is at, so. That doesn't look like that's lining up. It is not. On that dimension, we have a gen wide. That is consistent that we need to back that up to the line. And I'm out of material. Just borrow those. That's not enough. Don't need that much space. One over the One over the mid. Do that. That's one under the mid? Okay, so that doesn't line up with the back. That's not right. I think this is what's not right. We didn't line that one up with the back. Would you please stop dropping me out of the air? Yeah, this wasn't against the back. Okay. And that's adequate for us running a pipe down the middle. I'm okay with that. So there's no way we're going to do it like that. We would want at least one more. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. That's what, 42 per floor? And we had to extend that. $18. Deep. And we said we need a total of 567 generators. That'd be 14 floors. I don't think that that is adequate for us. You know, as a floor plan. And we have the space. It's just, you know, how wide and deep is the building versus its height. I don't want it to look awkward. I also don't want it to just be a plain box. Let's see, let's get some more materials for generators. Their list. Whee! No! I thought the thing was supposed to glide. Maybe I needed to have power, but I think I had to have power before I jumped. Good thing there was water down there. Otherwise it would have been a big splat. Alright, we need computers. Hello, computer. Heavy modular frames. Looks like we probably use another container for heavy modular frames. We also still need to go and get more heavy modular frames from home, because we don't have enough here. Well, I needed motors, not rotors. I'm glad we took the time to sort these out. And I'm out of inventory space. Good move. Oh, apparently I didn't sort out cables. Need to get rid of more junk. I mean, I would have ran all that over here, but we didn't know what our floor plan was going to be yet. Still don't. So I don't really want all that over here. That's okay. Rid of that. Rid of stators. Quick wire is going to only be 2 stacks anyway. We don't actually need all 20 of those, so that's okay as well. Grab a little bit more. I don't need all this ammo on us either. Not fighting anything. You know what happens, right, is we put our ammo away and then we forget about it and we leave it here and then we go get in trouble. It was only a matter of time before I ended up doing that, wasn't it? Okay, well, oh yeah, quick wire, it's let me all the way towards the end, because I knew we wouldn't need it very often because it stacks. Wait for the autosave. All right, good. If we get high enough, we should be able to. Oh, never mind. I caught the next wire anyway. I was going to glide to the next one. Despite its limitations, I'm really glad that I took the time to unlock this before this episode, or get the aluminum going before this episode so we could do this, because I knew that we were going to be going up and down, and this would have just been going up and down that ladder would have been frustrating. So if we, this is 42, which would be 14 floors. I'd like to shave it down to 10 floors, which would be 57 per floor. So if we widen this, so right now we're 7 generators wide. If we went 9 generators wide, that gives 54 of the 57. And I was talking about last week that I think that it might be cool to have the building expand outwards and then back inwards at some point. I don't know if it would do it regularly, but that would mean we'd have some floors that would be wider, and so you could, so if we are doing 54 on the smallest floor, and our target is 57, then we could, say if the next floor was larger, we could fit an extra 6 on it, which would be the extra 3 we need to be the 57, and the 3 that didn't fit on the floor before. And we're talking about doing 6 deep anyway, so if we expanded it both outwards just enough to shift all of them over and put another row on the side, then we could have that bow out and back up. The question would be, can we make that look all right? Because the generators are 7 wall heights tall. And that means a slant would have to go out 7 wide and then 7 up. And we're only wanting to expand it by, we only need to expand it by 3 foundations. And we'd be expanding it by 14 foundations, right? 7 on each side going out. If we were doing slants. Which means we would be able to fit a lot more on the next floor. Which means we don't necessarily have to have... maybe we can actually get away with the floor plan that we're looking at right now. Where we only have 42 on one floor. We're adding 14, 7 on each side. Is that making sense to anybody? Am I just saying weird stuff that doesn't make any sense? We would... for example, it would be... that needs to be steeper. Then the next floor would come out. And then it would... It always goes to everywhere except for the one... They really need to rethink their targeting strategy for adding on stuff, because it always goes everywhere except for where I want it to. And then it would go 7 back. And the 7, again, is because that's how tall the wall is, not because that's how far we want to bow it outwards. But, I suppose we don't... It's just a facade, right? So it doesn't necessarily have to start at the bottom of a floor and come into and attach to the next floor. It would look awkward from the inside. Right, like say... we only went 4. No, that wouldn't make it. We need the next floor to go out. We'd only need the floor to go out an extra 1.5 blocks because we're only talking about one more row of 6. And they're only 3 wide, so 1.5 on one side, 1.5 on the other. We don't really need to go out that far. And so if we're generous and we just say 3, and leave us a lot of walking space. That's the pinnacle of the diamond. I don't feel like this is going to work out the way I'm envisioning it. We need steeper slopes. I mean, we have them, but not in glass. We have them here. How much steeper that is. But we need that in glass. Because I want the shape alteration to be interesting, not absurd. And we might be able to use those and do something with windows. This is kind of where modded Satisfactory shines. You know, the micromanager mod, I don't remember what it's called, I think it's called micromanager, something like that, that allows you to rotate and move things however you want. Is really what you need for fancy building like this. But my point to the series is that you don't have to use mods to do interesting things. So we just have to be creative about it. Because I don't want people who watch my series to go, oh, that's really cool, I wish I could do that. Oh, I have to add a bunch of mods to my game, and I don't want to do that. And I don't want people to feel like they have to mod their game to do neat stuff. But this gives us a starting point, right? Yeah, right, Jake. Yeah, and if you do brute force this stuff, and you do get questionable stuff sometimes. I mean, we make allowances, right? Like, most notably on my world is that my train tracks are floating everywhere. Right? I mean, there goes the whole rail line. It's not touching the ground anywhere. I mean, that won't remain true throughout the entire series. We're gonna, hopefully actually fairly soon, start to come up with a style for the train line and start to actually mount it to the ground and make it look decent. But that is an example of brute forcing it. It was like, you know what, we'll come back later and figure it out. We just need it to function. And sometimes you just gotta do that. And I'm that might be something we have to do here, right? We just come up with the math and just build it, and then later on go, how can we pretty it up? And I don't need to come up with the final. I'm okay with not coming up with the final design on this, but I do want to at least have a viable design before we commit to the floor sizes. Because once we build this, we're not changing it. we might play with the facade and add on to it and try to make it look interesting. But once all the pipes are laid and the machines are in place, we are not reconfiguring it. It's not happening. So we said right now, if we do 18 deep, 14 wide, that's 42 machines. Per floor. And if we wanted to go to 10 floors, it'd have to be roughly 57 per floor. Which would be roughly 10 wide of fuel generators. This is only 7 wide. I don't mind widening this a little bit because right now we're at 14 wide, 18 deep. So if we went at least 3 more wide, that's the one that we have. We pushed it back. Shot that one a little bit. And so that would be 8 by 6, so that would be 48. It'd be a 14 by 18. Or 17 by 18. So it's 8 gen wide, 6 deep. $48 generators. That puts us at 12 floors. If we assume that we're going to do an irregular shape, then I would say we can probably comfortably get ourselves down to 10 floors by fitting extras on extra floors. So I'm okay with saying that 17 by 18 is our minimum shape. That covers us on our refineries. 2 floors. I think I said 2 floors per refinery setup. That would give us 4 floors of refineries. Or 5. 17 wide. Let's see what 17 wide does here. That was 11. What are you snapping to? That comfortably allows us to go to 13 per. And that's 4 deep. That'd be 52 refineries per floor. That's not enough. We need 114 refineries for diluted fuel packaging. That puts us at 104. We would need to squeeze 10 more refineries in somewhere. However, I mean, we could, I hate to use the word cheat, but we could cheat a little bit if we needed to, because the crude oil to heavy oil, which is on the floor above, is only 85, and we would have 42, 43 per floor. With this expanded setup, there's going to be space on one of the floors. 5. So it'd be 43, so it'd have 5 on one floor, space for 5 on one floor, and 6 on the other. So that would give us room for 11 more refineries. If we wanted to squeeze an extra 11 refineries on one of those floors, we could, and we'd only be 10 refineries shy on this. So we could save ourselves an entire floor by putting some of these packager ones on the bottom floor of the crude oil conversion. And that wouldn't hurt our flow of the heavy oil because it's all flowing downhill. It'd still be flowing horizontally. So we could do that if we needed to and save ourselves an entire floor. And if we do come up with our design where we are expanding floors to change the shape the way I want to, then one of those expansions could be one of these floors, and we wouldn't need to anyway. We'd be able to. That expansion would allow us to squeeze extra. So all right, we're gonna start with saying 17 by 18 as our platforms. We'll have one more ring around them. 17 by 18 is the functional floor. Say functional. I'd have an extra ring around them for just walking around and doing whatever else space we need, because these are all coming up to the edge. So that would be 19 wide and 20 deep. Actual. And I think we're just going to purely not worry about the water extractors. Just forget it. Whatever the water extractors, wherever we need to put them, we'll put them. We can organize them out in the middle of nowhere and still make it look nice, and just make them part of the plumbing line, or we can fit them under the building if the layout of the building works for it. I think we're going to scrap the idea of trying to work them into the initial design of the building. I really don't want this building to be a straight pillar going up, but We'll just have to see how we can expand it as we go. But going with this, that's for refineries. I'm okay with saying we're unless something changes, we're finalized on that. So we said 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 by 6 for here, so that's going to be 48. Generators, roughly 12 floors. Hopefully we can come up with an expansion design that looks interesting. That'll bring it down to at least 10 floors. But that's okay with me. Like if we really have to go 12 floors, then okay, you know, it's taller, it's taller. So we need to make sure that we can fit all the packagers in one floor by this design. I'm guessing we can. I mean, it's a lot of packagers, but man, they are small. So functional width at 17. About 15 more. By the way, they released, they moved update 6 to beta branch, and we are still on experimental. I want to move back to beta branch. I'm really not an experimental person. I tried loading beta branch earlier this week, and it doesn't like one of the mods. I don't know which one yet, but it is not happy with something. So, strangely enough, the mods work better on experimental than they do on beta branch. We know there's going to be walk-around areas, so we can put this up against the wall. Yeah, against both walls. Stop dropping me. I need to make sure this is cornered. That's alright. Oh, and we need input as well, so we need it to come. Okay, so we did accommodate an open space behind these. Oh! Did I count that? Right, 18 deep. Right, yeah. So we're good with that. We need space behind these for input. We'll say one foundation's enough. Especially since, I mean, we're going to have an extra foundation, but for... That's interesting. On this machine, if you'll notice, the model comes out of the bounding box. That's not normal. The box is normally completely outside the model on all sides. That's interesting. Feels like an oversight. We'll find out if we have enough stuff on us for this. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh man, we're going through the 11, 12. Oh. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yeah. So we 17 wide. And I'm guessing we can do like 10 deep, which would give us way more space than we need. We don't need as much dead space between these. Oh, so that would have been, we can only go back to back. So we'll say that one was turned around. Because these are exactly one foundation. One, two, three, four, five, six. That was less than I expected. Which is only 102. That's not enough. Oh no. We need to fit 12 more in. Even with, so our actual size, right, would have one more on either side. It should be exactly 12. It would give us 0 space to move forward and back. Right, we'd have our outer rim on the ends, but this way, which the thing I'm hand waving is probably not making any sense. This would come up right up to these edges, even with our extra space. We'd have 0 walk space. It would be literally to the wall. There'd be 2 more columns of them, which would be exactly the 114 we need. I can't believe we can only fit 6. As small as these are, I thought we would get more than that out of it. We got, okay, we got 6 wide, or 6 deep on these, but that's because we don't have to have any space between them when they go back to back, because they only need an input in one side. These need room for an input and an output. I think then we, instead of going 19, instead of going 17 wide and with 19 being the actual, we go functionally 19 wide. Yeah, we'll just add 2 more to the sides. Just and we'll leave everything else the same. Well, the other math is we'll just be able to have a little bit more walkway, but that will allow us to go 19 wide on the Packers. Giving us the 114, exactly the 114 we need. We can't run them wall to wall because we're going to have to run piping and we need that free space to work with. And I still want to come up with something to do with like this, but we'll try to do that as we go along. We have our minimum or our starting height because of structures. So we say we're going to say we're going to go away with 2 floors for diluted fuel, especially since we now expanded the width. We'll figure out a way of getting 2 floors out of that. 1 for the water packing, 1 for the unpacking, because they're the same amount of machines on both operations. And we're 10 to 12 floors for generators. No, stupid spreadsheet. 10-12 does not mean a date. I want just... I'll type it out, 10 to 12. So it's 15 to 17 floors. It's 8 floor heights for a refinery, I think. 8 wall height. Yep. So it's 8 for a refinery, 7 for generators. Okay, actually I already wrote that out. So we're looking at a total building height, not at the water level, but starting at the bottom floor, of 110 to 124 wall heights. So let's see how tall that is. Go infinite zoom. Oh boy. Let's go with 50. It's gonna be a real pain to clean these up, you know that, right? Hey, look, there's a crash site over there. Should go over to get that. Oh, don't tell me we've hit a limit. Let's go 20. That's gonna be 70 high. No, we haven't hit a limit except for concrete. Let's put this at 80. You think we can glide all the way over to our station? I don't think we get very good forward momentum. Oh yeah, we are not gonna make it. Not even close. If only I could switch to our actual jetpack mid-flight, but we would lose so much while I'm on that menu, we'd plummet. We're actually making it a little further than it looked like. We'll at least get to the electrical wires. Oh yeah, we got a lot further than I expected. We would have almost made it. Like a bunch of it. Look at that, that's 80. We still got another 30 plus to go. Man, this is gonna be a tall building. I mean, if we're looking at here at the footprint, right? That's roughly the footprint. It probably won't look too awkward, you know. Just as a skyscraper, it's going to be wide enough to support the height. You know, of course, we'll also have to do a hyper tube all the way up to the roof. Whoa! What do we look? Look at the sky. Oh, it went away. It was like locusts. All right, set 80. You really get to get higher than that. Come on, give me 20, 20, 20, come on, 20, thank you. So we're at 100. This will mark 110. Let's go 109. Mark that as 110. That's way too small. Bigger than we need, but that's all right. And then the other option would be 124. This is if we can't reasonably fit all of the generators onto 10 floors. Feel like we'll be able to, but why is there a giant number here? Why are we moving? Is it just me, or are we actually moving? Yeah, we are moving. Okay. Hands off. Like the gravity of the... Oh my goodness. The gravity of the wall is pulling us in. Wow. Actually, it would be... That would be the roof, because that would be the final height of including the unpackers. Which means 1, 2, 3. That would be the unpacking floor. That would be the roof. Yeah, I think I would like for the top floor to be low enough for us to see the map. Like, obviously this is getting us into the fog. Although this is the roof, right? So this would be the last floor. Still, I mean, it looks awesome. But if I'm walking around the last floor, I want to be able to actually, to see the map. So we want to try to do the 110. That's our goal. Let's... You know what? I don't know that we're going to be able to see this from down there, so let's send that out a little bit. I have a wavy arm of what the top floor would look like. Man, you can imagine the amount of concrete it's going to take to build this. just the sheer structure. Let's see here. As far as the floors go, I was saying that possibly we do coated concrete, but I think we might just do concrete. I mean, it's an oil facility. Concrete's dirty, you know. Yeah, I mean, we could tap local nodes. Our train autofills online on concrete. Back at our base, the middle station is fed from our warehouse concrete. So If I send that train one time to home and come back, it'll come back with a full container of concrete. That probably won't be necessary, although it does fill in pretty slow, so it actually might not be a bad idea to tap something locally. Might not be a bad idea at all. Do a scan from here. I mean, limestone is all over the place. There's limestone right there. Oh, we can see it right there. Is it just one? Like the purity. Normal purity. You really need a scan, right? Because this is going to be in range of our reaper tower anyway. Limestone there, normal. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. We probably should like tap this one, just to not put a strain on our home supply. And I think we have the pure recipe for concrete. Do. Yeah, so we could always toss down just a water extractor and actually churn out some more. So that's not a bad idea. Because the rate at which we could start eating up concrete could definitely outstrip the supply that it's restoring at home. And we could even have it delivering that concrete just like straight up to somewhere, like just run a conveyor up and tap that every now and then as a supply. All right, I want to step back from this before we commit to anything. Once we start building, it's going to come. The structure itself is going to come together pretty fast. And if we do that and then suddenly we don't like the way it looks, taking it apart is going to be a lot more difficult than it is going to be building it. You know, how centered do we want this in the lake? You know, from back here, that really doesn't look too ginormous. A little bit of perspective. Like if it's only going up to that first arm, it's really not that big. You're not sitting at the base of it. I don't want it to run just flat into the water. I do want to put some arms on it, or legs. I think maybe like we have a flare out at the bottom. And you know, now I say that, we could start the flare early enough, or late enough, I guess, on the way up, to give us extra width on the second floor, which is one of our 2 diluted fuel floors that we're tapped on space, to make up for that extra space. So we give it a wider bottom, kind of like a rocket with its fins on the outside where it's sitting on. So that would definitely solve for our extra space we need for our diluted fuel floor. The first of the 2 diluted fuel floors would be larger. And then we would just have to figure out how we're going to do the design for the generator floors to see if we can get it down to 10 floors. If we did 11 floors for it, I'm off screen, which is why I'm not actually doing anything on screen. We'd have to do 51 or 52 per floor. Generators. Which we'd need to go roughly 9 wide on a floor for generators. That's a lot more space. I don't want to go any more deep because all of our math works out pretty well on the depth because of machines facing back to back, because we're running the machines in rows across the width of it. So it's easier to add on the width than it is the depth. Because if we go to the depth, we need to add 2 new sets to keep it balanced. And I'm okay with the building being wider than the deep. It doesn't have to be a square. In fact, I don't really prefer it to be a square. But to go to 9 wide, we're only 6 deep. That means we'd have to do 6 wider on platforms on those floors. So it'd go from 21 wide to 27 wide, just to save us 1 floor of generators. If we were going in a uniform fashion. Okay. So I think that we've established a minimum footprint. We want to come up with a design that will allow us to do a flaring at some point, but we wouldn't be coming in, we'd be going out. So that means our minimal, our 19, or our 21 by 20 we're good to make our floors going up. Just going ahead and starting to place our floors by that dimension. Not put machines on it yet. Just start building the floors. Settle on whether or not this is where we want to center the building, or if we want to bring it forward and center it better into the water. Probably what we want to do, we probably want to bring it a little forward. And then just at least build the first 10 floors, or the first water 2 per diluted, 2 per crude. So that's the first 5 floors. 10, a minimum of 10 for the generators. So we build the first 15 floors, or 16 floors, because the unpacker, if we manage to come up with a design that gets us to 10 floors and generators, we're still going to have a 16th floor for the unpackers. So we build the first 16 floors, and well, no, we don't do the unpacking. Yes, we do the unpacking floor. We just don't put a roof on it. Because if the unpacking floor needs to be a generator floor, then the wall height needs to be 7 as opposed to 4. But if we didn't put a roof on it, then that doesn't matter. We can still put, when we decide we need to have more floors, then we can set them to the height. Okay, that's a plan. I'm going to first tap that limestone node based on Greg's suggestion. Nice this. Okay. So that can start flowing. Apparently I did not get anything. We need a couple of auto miners. Probably should get some steel beams on us. Don't know what the rate of... Probably not going to be above 120 because this is a normal node, which I think is 120. So it'd only be a reinforced plating, but let's tap that out anyway. Doubt we need anything else on us just to run power. We have cables. I'm going to keep these fairly visible and easy so that it's easier to clean them up later. Debating going through the water, but we don't yet know where all the dimensions of the water is going to be. Oh, don't autosave while I'm flying. I don't like it when you do that. Paranoia that we're gonna load, if for some reason we have to reload that save, that will plummet out of the sky. Not that we were high enough up for it to be damaging, but... Okay, we need... equipment shop. The reason we left 2 open spaces was for this. Feels weird not putting that on a platform. I'm intentionally not doing it because I want to stress how temporary this is. 120 per minute? Yeah, 120. Let's put a pin in this for the moment. Figure out where the dimensions of our building is going to be. And that will help us. That's too far away. Yep. I'll be able to catch it in this way, but I won't be able to catch it on the way back. That's alright, I didn't get that one. That way we'll know where we can run this to. Yeah, I want to know. I want to know where we're going.
Breaking news from Earth. Widespread chaos and mayhem. World President urges all citizens to do their part and harvest alien artifacts.
A little bit full spam for now because we're going to be working in the area. Kind of eyeball this. We said functional is 20 deep. put that on the bottom floor. Feels so dirty doing this. Oh, hey, there's a pink slug out in the middle of the ocean. Hey there, little guy. I think what I want to do is try to... our bottom floor. Trying to get a visual on that. Looks like
Comply.
stop it, stop it. Oh, that's okay. We're going to use this line right here. Let's go under it. I had to quickly build it as I was falling. I'm gonna say that's roughly close to the edge of the shore. As close to the edge of the shore as the other side is. So that's 16, 17, 18, 20. Ah, all right, so 40 exactly, nice. So we shave 10 off of each side and we call that the middle. Because we're doing 20 deep. So 1, 9, that's 10. So we make this our front, and we're doing 21 wide. That's good. So we center off of... We're being scientific about this, right? It looks kind of close to the shore. Let's see if we can go one more over. Alright, so that's 2. That's 21. Wow, wow. That's really our width. Jeez, I did not anticipate. Oh, in fact, that's not good, is it? Yeah. It's okay, right? Because that's not our first floor anymore. Our first floor is up there. I did not expect that to come so close to the shore on both sides. I mean, it's only 1 block wider than it is deep, but that really doesn't feel like it, does it? Okay, so that's going to be our dimensions. This is our first floor right here, so... Once we get this first floor made, we'll go back and we'll get our concrete coming in. I'm still not 100% sold on whether or not we want to do actual concrete or plastic coated. Or even traditional, you know, the original foundation. We don't use that hardly ever. And it is pretty industrial. I mean, it would be a pain because of the amount of iron plate, which we could tap and build here, because right there is an iron mine. You know, maybe it's worth revisiting using that material because we haven't been using it. And given how much this is like a skyscraper, making the floor out of concrete doesn't really talking myself into it. I don't want to do this. You know, I don't know if you guys have noticed the interior of our original iron smelting building. It is the original foundation, and I painted the floor a checkered pattern of white, kind of an off-white and a soft blue. And every time I run across it, I feel like I'm running across carpet. There's something about the way the texture absorbed the color that made it feel like a nice floor to walk around on. And it felt like the interior of a formal building, not just a factory. Now, granted, this is a factory, but since it's going to be a tower, this is more of a skyscraper than it is a factory. It just happens to be factory machines in it. And if we painted those floors and used that floor type, it might feel more skyscraper-ish when we're inside it. Which makes me kind of want to use that texture. Oh man, I don't want to use that texture just because I don't want to deal with that material. See, like that pattern, once it's painted, works out pretty well in a color sense. The only other problem with this is that we have to make sure that the orientation is right or unified, because we can actually have it not line up, which is a giant pain. I think we're gonna do it. We haven't been using it. We haven't been using this texture. Let's do it. We got to commit to something now before we start making the floors. I don't know what the walls will be, but I think we're gonna make the floors this. So we need 20 deep. So 19. Well, let's go with that. That's 15. And we'll just set up on-site manufacturing for iron plate. Oh, that's the one I didn't want to delete. That's the one that belongs right in front of the sign. That's all right. Like, none of these are going to line up because we're moving the building forward. That's not the end, was it? Oh yeah, it sticks one over the walkway. Right. Perfect. Very nice. That lined up exact. Nice. Just by chance. I didn't realize that. So we don't have to move our wall. That's good because we got power running all the way up it. And I don't want to do that again. All right, that's our dimensions right there. Grab one of these. So this back line is actually the actual width, not the functional width. So we won't actually have anything on that row. So our first machine will be right there. Pop one down right here. Back to back, right. I'll pick those up later. Inventory, actually, I'm going to do it now. We're going to need to clear out this flooring. All right. Let's get our concrete going and our iron going. And deliver them somewhere reasonable.
Proceed with harvest before it's too late.
Probably deliver them. We'll leave part of this here, I think, because this is our up and down flight path, and maybe just deliver them like right to here. Just deleted this. Organization. I'll go with. I don't want to have so much because we're gonna have to clean this up afterwards. Iron's over here somewhere. See it. There's coal. There's the iron. Production. We need 2 more of these. I don't think we really do. Do 1. We don't need a Mark 2. We barely even need a Mark 1. Yeah, that's 120. Production constructor. So we need a fraction of iron plate versus what we need out of the concrete. No, we don't even need the 2 of these. Actually, I'm not gonna bother doing it. Do 1. 30 per minute. I saw in the patch notes that they made these boxes a little more definable. They said something about adding text boxes to these. Like, we were always able to edit these. But they've made the actual box so that I guess people who didn't know that you could click on them and edit them, it makes it more obvious. It's pretty cool. And oh, I wanted to get that place before I fell. I don't know that I want to... No, that platform can stay floating. Clean it up later. That covers that. And do we want to do here? Wait, just enough space to place out. Thank you. Or wet concrete. Yes, we do, because it's 120 per minute limestone. So it's just one machine. And that's just one pump. Let's do something like that. That's Mark II, good. Mark II. Oh, look how dirty that water is. Oh, get me out of it. Ugh. Gross, get me out. Oh, nasty. I feel shameful not, lining all this stuff up, but not lining it up makes me feel better about tearing it down later. Because, tearing down stuff that you take time to properly place and everything always feels bad. And this makes me want to get rid of it. So, I'm intentionally just dropping everything wherever. Grief, the range of that is so short. What's the 80 per minute, was it? I could have swore I guess we selected it on the other one. Yeah, 80 per minute, so that's a Mark II. Close enough. No clipping because we're going to delete the floor. Oh, let's, get off that floor before we delete it. Okay, so now we have an income of our floor building materials. Why is there no... I forget to set the iron. Oh, back of the dirty water. I forgot to... No! Why did nobody tell me what I just did? Nobody made a peep. Alright, we're gonna pretend I didn't do that. Now we will have iron sheeting coming in. Now we can start actually laying out the dimensions of this building. This is where I really would like to have the Zoop behave the same way as on wall segments. We could just draw the whole grid, just whoop, done. A lot more challenging in a moment here because we're going to lose our height. Yeah. You know what else we should be doing is determining what color we want the floor so I don't have to come back and repaint it. This is going to be the water packing floor, right? So it's not so good. Yeah, the problem is they still haven't fixed the swatches to where if you assign thing to a custom swatch. So right now my custom swatch is brown copper. The thing I assign to it comes out black. Which is annoying because I would like to make this, it's the water floor. Like this is a good glue. This is where we're packing all the water. Means I have to come back and paint it because we're using a non-standard swatch. Then reassign that back to fix the foundation. We're gonna repaint it anyway, so I'm not worried about it right now. We're about to run out of copper sheet or iron sheeting. Already starting to think that maybe I should have put a second constructor up. I mean, in the long run, we're gonna not need it. But right now we have so much more concrete already on hand that we would benefit from having more than one of these. Oh, back in the brown water. This isn't producing enough as it's... Where the math's funny on these. Maybe it was on something else. Fine, we're gonna double up. And I'm out of the material that I need to to belt them together. Gimme. Let's do this. Let's temporarily do that. We need a splitter. Ingot. Plate. Power. Merger, which requires plating. We just need to give this a second to make a few for us. I refuse to run all the way back to the train to get iron plate to put Mark I belts on the iron plate making machine. The machine of which is running. It is struggling to get ingots in time. 30 ingots per minute, right? You not producing enough? Did I underclock it? I underclocked it. Outsmarted myself. need is enough. Do that. Okay. There we go. We will go back to the train for our initial supply. Let that start stacking up. Producing 80 per minute worth of concrete, so that should more than handle it. I feel like this container here was something that we brought extra. I'd have to go back and watch last week's live stream, why I built this container and where these materials came from. I feel like that we must have brought extra with us. Seems weird to me. Like, I don't have enough inventory space to have carried all that here. I didn't preload one of the cars. I'm not sure how we got those here. I just don't know. I don't know what those are for. I don't want to touch them. Okay, I think that'll. I don't want to get too far into that supply. Now, let's look at the spreadsheet. I don't think that we use iron plating. Yeah, we're not using iron plating anywhere in the build, so the contents of this container can't be part of the materials. I must have just been smart and brought them here early. I'm not sure why I would have thought that. I needed this many rods, though. And I know I didn't plan on using these foundations. That definitely was not part of the original plan. But they paint so well, and the texture works so well with the paint. And I don't want this whole building to be just a bland concrete gray. I like the way that concrete paints, but it's the lack of texture on this kind of scale I don't think would lend itself well. Really? Damage from that? Wait a minute, why would I have taken damage for that? I got my Blade Runners on. I'll be able to paint this more quickly once I get in range of a electrical poles again. Altitude. Ah. Not letting me range the bottom, back of the row, so let's do the back of the row first. You're in my way of painting. There we go. I think we need to move our entrance, our ramp. I need to be able to seal off the floor. I guess we can just put it all the way back here. Not that we'll need to use it much. Now we can fly between floors. You can paint so much more quickly when you have height. Woo! Woo! Oh, come on, it's right there. Seriously, the range. Who tested this hover pack? Okay, so hopefully we don't become dissatisfied with the paint job and decide to have to repaint this again, because I don't want to. How much white space we got? Alright. This is going to be our fuel packaging floor. I don't have the inventory space to move all those. So let's place a few. And decide on a color. Packing fuel could get away with an orange, but that's an awfully aggressive orange. You see what I was talking about though, and like when you're walking around actually on these painted floors, that texture makes it feel kind of like it's carpet. This feels like I'm walking on something soft, even though it's made out of iron. It might just be me, but it's endearing to me. Anyone have an opinion on the orange? Because if we go orange, the fuel is orange. I feel a little bright. Go assess it from the ground floor. That feels a little bright. The only two default oranges. I think I'm okay with this. we know that this is going to be the height for this floor. We're going to have to, the existing floors, we're going to have to start shifting them real soon. Now that we know how many floors we need per product. The temporary floors that were different heights are going to go bye-bye. That's it. Yes, all right. Much easier now that I don't have to paint the floor. Draw that out a little bit so I have something to connect against. That makes it way easier. It was 1,000 times faster than having to be on the floor and running back and forth. Oh, what's the back row? I don't know what the back row is. Fine. I think that's it. Yep. All right. Free up some space because of using up the concrete. Yeah, still more room. Pop one of these bad boys down over here just to get them out of the way. Complete the back 2 rows. Inventory space, good enough. These so that we can just rebuild it with the color already applied and the right texture. This one? Yep. And I think we'll probably run power like this through all the floors until we start placing machines. Making it much easier to kind of get around. More out. Doesn't look like 3 more. Oh, right, because that one overshot. It was just a random length of drawing. All right, that's floor number 2. Yay! 4 hours into the live stream, we have 2 floors built. been compelling content, hasn't it? Why the chat is so active. Let's see here. I think that is the, actually, yeah, it's gotta be the right. That's the right height, right? 8. Yes, it is. Very good. And so this will be the second floor of hacking. So we'll need to. Now, unfortunately, the settings don't really copy properly on this signs, and I don't understand why. Like, I copy that, and it will not translate to here. Well, okay, make me a liar. Maybe it's only certain signs, because I do this all the time on the ones I put on the sides of containers. It might be that it doesn't inherit. Like we didn't actually change any settings. We just changed what it said. Say we changed text color. Copied that. Yeah, see that. So it copied the text in the picture, but none of the other options. So they even show the background because of the layout that we have. All right, so this floor is going to be diluted fuel as well. I should have placed one before I did that. It should be right there. Now we have to verify. Eight, okay. We're not using the jetpack, Jake. Have you not watched? The jetpack is a thing of the past. We're using the hover pack now. We unlocked the hover pack at the beginning of the stream. We are aluminum enabled at this point. We don't have an aluminum factory, but we are aluminum enabled. We have one machine making aluminum, so that we could get a jetpack or get a. Well, I mean, at least the hover pack. For some reason that I don't understand, the hover pack glides when it loses power. Unlike the jetpack, that when you run out of fuel, you just plummet to your death. This one somehow has glide wings, I guess. That's the right dimensions, yeah. Unless you jump off of something without powering it. It's like if I jump off right here, well, I just caught power. I would plummet. Which makes no sense, right? It tells us that it doesn't actually have wings because it has to have been powered at some point in order for it to glide. But it doesn't require power to glide. Yeah, the fan blades can spin like a pinwheel while we're plummeting to our death. Let's see here. Bring power to this floor. Auto rotation like a helicopter. Don't have, what was I seeing? Yeah, the other day I saw a video of someone who made a helicopter drone. It was the weirdest thing I've ever seen. It was basically just the helicopter blades, 3 just ginormous helicopter blades rotating around an axle. That was the entire drone. It was at the end of each wing was a tiny little propeller that was horizontal. So they would basically pull the wing, pull the helicopter blade. And since all 3 of them were going, this one's going this way, that one's going that way, and this one's going this way, it would drag the center blades into a rotation, so that they weren't actually, the center stem wasn't actually torquing the blade. It was the little propellers on the outside that were pulling it around. And it was just 3 giant blades, and the thing would just fly. But even if there was a problem with it, it would auto, like just the dynamics of it would cause it to to level out and come down and land on its own, even if it wasn't properly powered. An auto gyro, yeah, it's some kind of, yeah, it sounds, I mean, by the name, some kind of gyro sounds appropriate. It's not my area of expertise, but it was the weirdest looking thing. And at first I couldn't understand how it was flying, because if the power, the torque was coming from the center pillar to spin the blades, then blades being heavier than the center piece would just spin the rod in the middle, and it just wouldn't go anywhere. But it wasn't until at some point in the video, when he did a slow motion of something, I could see the outer little tiny little propellers on the outside that were dragging it horizontally. I was like, okay, that would work. It was pretty neat. He was just doing some field tests of it. I mean, there were clearly a bunch of videos prior to that had already established all of that, so that's why he hadn't talked about it on the film. So he was expecting people to be return viewers. He was just out in the middle of nowhere doing flight tests. It was just a really weird thing. But there was one of the things he talked about, like he intentionally, he was doing crash testing or something like that, and intentionally like disabled one of the mini propellers, or no, it was the I remember now. So the gigantic blades had flaps on the back of them, like on an airplane, and that was how he was controlling where it went. Because otherwise, it's just a big spinning blade. That's all it was. And he intentionally disabled one of the flaps to see if it would fall out of the sky. Yeah, in case one broke. And it just, the momentum of it spinning and its general shape, even if it couldn't properly control it, it kept it from flipping over. That was kind of his big point. It was just an interesting result of the aerodynamics of the design. It was pretty cool to see. I think we're going to. If this is going to be a. Oh, I don't even have the concrete to draw the power pole. So I can get back up from here. All right. Yeah, see, I knew once this got going, we'd have way too much copper sheeting, but it's okay. Better have more than not enough. proportionally to the amount of concrete that's coming in. All right, what I wanted to do was no, I'm not gonna. I want to put these on the side to be clean about this, but we're gonna have to clean these up later, and that's gonna be a giant pain. Okay, where are we at with that? I just want to have a path all the way down so that we can come down and retrieve our product and come back up. So your helicopter will auto gyro. So I assume by that it has to literally lose power, right? Because if it's powered, like, because I know that a helicopter has to have the tail, the tail rotor to counter the torque of the main rotor to keep it from keeping the whole helicopter from spinning around, right? So if you lose power to the blades, you need to also have it lose power to the rear rotor, right? Otherwise, it will start spinning the helicopter. I would assume is what would happen. You can't just have the engine brake. You'd have to actually have the whole thing lose power at once, right? That's kind of what I'm guessing. And you have that secondary rotor in the back that would start spinning. And I've seen helicopters, that go out of control and spin down. The main one that sticks out to me is I remember a video of a helicopter that was lifting a industrial air conditioning unit onto a tower, and he lost one of his blades. He either lost the engine to the main blades, or he lost the engine to the rear rotor. And the whole thing was on video, and I remember him spinning all the way down, and you could see him hanging out the window because the centrifugal, I think it's centrifugal force, had him, so you could see his upper body hanging out the window because it was a little one-man helicopter. As he's hanging on, basically trying to stay in the helicopter on the way down and trying to control its descent as much as possible. He survived the landing. It was terrible, but I was like, just watching it was frightening. And he's obviously capable enough to keep his head about him to do whatever it was he was able to do to slow the spin of it and try to crash at a place where, like, because I remember he had to have, I think, presence of mind to disconnect the AC unit that he was hanging on to. So he had to control the helicopter enough to get it over a place where he could let go of it and not crash it down on, like, workers below, and then crash the helicopter while it was spinning out of control. It was just a truly crazy thing. But that's always, that particular video has always stuck out in my mind about the helicopter losing control and spinning out. I mean, I've seen plenty of other ones where they do that, but that one's always stuck out to me because of that. Okay, so we're at the first floor that we can't keep the height. Oh, there's materials there. I filled out my inventory. So this is... Yeah, and I think that's exactly it. I think it was... It must have been the rear rotor that he lost control of and was able to manipulate the power to the main blades to slow the descent, even if he couldn't control the rotation. I always wanted to be a pilot. I tried to go into the Air Force to be a fighter pilot, and Air Force would have happily taken me, but because of my eyesight at the time, they said there's no way we'll ever let you fly anything, because I didn't have 20/20 vision. But I love heights, and I love planes from a marvel of technology standpoint. And fighter jets are just the pinnacle of human ingenuity and brilliance, of human mastery over nature. And so I've always just been fascinated with the technology of planes, and I've always wanted to fly. But helicopters for me are just magic. Intellectually I get the concept, but it doesn't seem like they should work. Airplanes make perfect sense. Lift over wings makes perfect sense, but spinning blades to create enough lift just boggles my mind that it actually works, and that it works reliably. I think I need to make some inventory space. And I understand that piloting a helicopter is nothing like piloting an airplane. Significantly more difficult. Inventory space, so I can clear some stuff up. Why did I just put this on the floor that I'm going to get ready to delete? So I got a lot of respect for what helicopter pilots have to navigate, and to keep your wits about, in a failed helicopter and bringing it down versus, bringing down an airplane that's lost its engines. Because all airplanes have some glide capability, even though some are absolutely terrible for gliding. At least they don't just immediately dive out of the sky. Probably should take those downstairs, but I don't want to right now. I know I'm going to have to... No, I can leave that, I think, because this is going to be 8 height. Yeah, I can leave that. I'll need to change the floor type out. I can leave that. That's fine. Saying that, so like a fighter jet would... I mean... Yeah, I guess I haven't seen anything on unpowered like fighter jets, but fighter jets are an amazing example of a machine that just doesn't quit. At least American fighter jets, right? We've seen so many stories of yeah, exactly. That's what I'm getting at. Is the fight? At least American fighter jets have so many tales of we lost half of our thrust and we lost an entire wing, but yet we still were able to fly it. and land it. There's so many examples of a fighter pilot getting out of, like, oh yeah, the control surfaces felt a little weird and a little had to power up a little bit to land it, and they get out and they're like, oh, I'm missing a wing. Well, that explains it. Which is why I talk about, flight in general amazes me. I appreciate it from a human achievement standpoint. But when we get into fighter jets, it's like, that's just the pinnacle of engineering. It just blows me away. And privilege to be able to fly something like that would have just been, the pinnacle of my life experience. But again, recruiters came to high school, they're always looking for recruit people coming straight out of high school. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's bad on a level that I can't describe. There's no mechanism in my factory for jump starting it. We're never supposed to run out of power in this factory. How did we run out of power? We should have had 3 gigawatts of overhead. We're stuck on the other side of the planet with no power to get back. It takes power for my train to run. No, I mean, we operate at 3 gigawatts of overhead before the batteries should even kick in. And I haven't done a mega project. I mean, I've added a few more manufacturers recently, but not 3 gigawatts worth. So all right, we have the materials to make an explorer to drive back to base. There's no plan for how to jumpstart my base, my everything. It's all one network. Oh, I bet you I know exactly what happened. I bet you if we look on the map, we see trains that are stuck somewhere. Well, no, because if it's shut down, then there's no power to reset it on. I bet there's trains that got stuck. At the beginning of this, I wanted to fix something, and I didn't. Yes, there it is. I didn't shut down the temporary train. Oh, this is self-inflicted. So this is what happened. This intersection needs to be fixed. It's not normally a problem. But this isn't fixed, and these guys intercepted each other. This quick wire train right here picks up compacted coal from over here and then drops it off at the electronics hub, where it's picked up by another train and taken over to our turbo fuel plant over here, which means that we have not been supplying compacted coal to this turbo plant for such a long time that we've drained all the batteries. So we're still at our 3 gigawatts overhead. That means the turbo plant has not been running all this time. So we need to get compacted coal to the turbo fuel plant and somehow jumpstart it. You're not going to let me drive this manually, are you? No power. Yeah, we have the materials on us to make a Explorer. Question is whether or not I can drive the Explorer on the rails. In between the rails. I have the fuel for my jetpack will fuel the Explorer. Hopefully I can drive this along here in between the rails. Just get to a nice... Oh, come on, please. No, I don't want to run. All right, we're running. I mean, fortunately, at least we're on Blade Runners, and I mean, yeah, it's sitting on the rails, but it's gonna, if I drive it a little bit, it's gonna run into another choke point where I'm gonna have to cross the rails, and it's not gonna. We're gonna have to keep picking it up, putting it back down to get around this. We'll try it again when we get to one of the big straightaways, and maybe we can ride it on the rail. Let's get through this initial twist and turning area. We'll have a long straightaway. Fortunately, I made this between episodes, this rail line, and it's a shortcut between home base and the new location. So at least we don't have to drive all the way around the map. And we can stop and pick up that right there, that hard drive right there. I just happen to be aware of. I was driving past it on the next episode and almost stopped to get it. And I was like, no, I needed to do other things. So we're here. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! 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 Oh no! Well, I guess this is the quick way home. I just slid right off that cliff. From bad to worse. So there goes all of our equipment. No power. I can't even use my tubes. I autosave once an hour. No, we're not. We'll just deal with it. You know, we make mistakes. We live with the consequences. Okay, all the materials I need to make an Explorer are at the warehouse. So we can make an Explorer. It won't be too much to drive that All of our stuff should, if I understand this right, I've never actually fallen off the map, but when you fall off the map, your stuff is supposed to get put on a nearby ledge. Yeah, right there. So our stuff is still retrievable. Yeah, I should. I could. I mean, I guess, but you know, this will get us a procedure for getting it started back up and running. I need. Oh no, no! Leave me alone! I'm having a hard enough time. I don't need this. I will not forget this. Oh, missed a jump. I don't have my Blade Runners. I can't make high jumps. I will not forget this. I will be back for you. Alright, let's, we need one of these. Oh, clear a list. We'll grab fuel for them. We can, we will, actually, this probably won't be as bad as it sounds. So let's, we're gonna grab a stack of fuel for an explorer, and I think I have a whole container of these at the other place, but we're gonna grab I need a way of unpacking these. Hey Void, it's funny that you would ask that. You might notice my empty inventory and my not working tubes. So things are not going so great. Our factory shut down due to trains getting in the way, and then I fell off the map trying to get back. So yeah, things are going awesome. Let's what am I looking for? My brain not functioning. I'm thinking 4 steps ahead, and I need to think of this step right now. This right here. I need this. Motors and steel pipes are upstairs. I can't get upstairs from this end because it's a pipe, so I have to run back this way. Fortunately, I have walkways between all of my floors, which is not a policy that I have always had in Worlds. It's been common for me to do just piping between floors because this doesn't happen to me. I'm so meticulous about controlling the power of my, in my factories. Do we have oscillators on? I haven't delivered oscillators here. They're at the electronics hub. Might have some at the house. Yeah, I do have a belt highway. So what we're going to do is we're going to run to the house. Actually, we're going to delete the train that caused this problem. Because we don't need... I meant to... When we got to the job site, I meant to redirect the train to the job site. Because remember, anyone, I don't know who was here at the time, one of the first things we did was check to see whether or not this train was still picking things up, and it wasn't. And it drove out of range before we could stop it. Yeah, see right here is what happened. I was going to remove his train because we didn't need it anymore. And what I was since it got away from us, I was just going to, when we got to the job site, I was going to call it to the job site and then delete it, and I just completely forgot to. So we're not going out unarmed. All right, so once we restore power, this should start working again. We need, let's carry some compacted coal to speed things up. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to use biofuel. Anyway, we got the inventory space for it. We're going to use yeah, something has already tried to eat me. I learned my lesson already. I almost made a big mistake. We're going to need to be able to unpack. So we need the materials for this. Because we need to unpack the turbo fuel to inject it into a turbo fuel generator. Or a fuel generator, or multiple generators. And we're going to need... do that. And we're going to need enough power. That. No, 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 no. Stop. Stop. We need just enough power to run an unpacker to unpack our turbo fuel, our packed turbo fuel to go into a fuel generator. The fuel generator will be our jump start for the big place. I think that we will get away with that. So we're going to... we don't have the rubber here. That's okay. I think we need to run to the electronics hub to get our crystal oscillators anyway. Because I was a bad boy and didn't bring them here. You know what? We don't need this. We're going to a place that's full of fuel generators. We will just put the unpacker and plug it straight into the network and inject fuel into it. It won't be enough to run all of them, but it just needs to be enough to start up the refineries long enough to get turbo fuel being generated into it. So steel beams, plastic and rubber will get at the site. And we need to get iron plate rods and wire from here. It's funny because I was talking to a friend the other day about the fact that I was doing the project that we're doing, the 85 gigawatt fuel generator power plant. And it was like, you don't really need that much. You know, you don't need it yet. So I was explaining, like, you know, I'm getting low on generation. You know, we're at 3 gigawatts overhead, and that's kind of where I draw the line. The discussion we were having was, why do we need batteries? And I was saying I don't need batteries because I never get close to being out of power. I'm looking for that jerk off that attacked us on the way up. I need to go this way anyway, but I'm gonna have a little conversation with him about kicking a man while he's down. But I was having the conversation with him about that I don't really need batteries, and the only I have batteries left over just because they were there for jump starting things. Yeah, he's gone into hiding now. He knows better. I don't know where I was going with that conversation, but you know, I talked about that. I have no way of jump starting my entire base. It's just funny. He was warning me about this. This could never happen to me. I'm a veteran in this game. This could never happen to me. Yeah, I mean, I do have a bunch of batteries, but I don't feel like I need them. And this reinforces my argument that I don't need them, and that nobody needs them, because the fact that there's no mechanic in the game to notify you when your batteries are in use. This reinforces my primary argument against batteries. If your factory gets in trouble and your batteries kick in, the game doesn't tell you that you're in trouble. And so having the batteries doesn't actually save you unless you get lucky and happen to stray across, you know, click on a pole randomly and go, oh, look, my batteries are being drained. Which I feel is a problem with this game. Just a part of the design. Something should come up and go, you know, batteries have kicked in, you know, just something on the screen to notify you that your network is in a downward spiral. We're going to run by the house and see if we have, because we probably have some oscillators in the house, and we might actually have plastic and rubber. Heard a growl. I have a guard dog. You know, since they patched the mobs back into the game, all my mobs have respawned, and so my entire map is dangerous right now. Oh, come on, don't tell me I cleaned it. I always keep a small stock of this stuff. I think I must have cleaned them out. I said, oh, I don't need them anymore. I'm producing them now. Oh, I did. I cleaned them out. Alright, we're running to the... I saw the plastic and rubber in there, but there's no reason for me to pick them up if I have to go get the oscillators anyway. It would be nice if I could get up on top of... Did I pick up concrete? I didn't pick up concrete. Do I have concrete anywhere nearby? I do not. I'm not going to worry about it. It would be nice to have concrete, because then I could make platforms to get up on things, but I don't have a way up. I have to get it. My only way up to the station is a hyper tube. I need concrete for platforms. That doesn't go anywhere. I either need concrete for platforms or I need to get up on my rail. Let's see here. This it gets produced somewhere else. It's just the raw stuff. It's just one thing after another. Exactly, Void. It's there should be something that says you're. Oh, where you at? Yeah, see, he's growling, but now he won't come out of the woodwork to attack me because now he knows I can defend myself. I've been nice and I've left these guys alive, but he's worn out his welcome. You know, there's one thing if he's harassing me when I'm just going through here with my Blade Runners and my jetpack. But to come after me when I'm helpless? No. Homie, don't play that. I just had another realization. Well, no, never mind. I was gonna say without a jetpack we can't get to our equipment, but we can build a ramp to it. Yeah, this is the early days. Let's see. So now we don't need the material to get up on the railway because we're on the railway. I probably should have made new Blade Runners, but I'm stubborn. I'm the same way when I play Minecraft. Like the Minecraft series that I did last year. I ended when the series ended. I was wearing the same my first set of gear. I didn't lose any of my gear throughout the season. I think I misplaced like a hoe and had to make a second one. And I think I might have misplaced a bow. I still don't know how that's happened because I never take that stuff out of my inventory. But I had my original set of gear that I made at the beginning of the season. I don't lose my stuff. Of course, in modern Minecraft, it's a little bit easier to keep your stuff because the main way it used to be the main way you would lose your diamond armor was to lava. But in Minecraft now you can make netherite gear, and netherite gear doesn't get destroyed by lava. So it's a little bit easier to keep it. Although I don't make a habit of swimming in lava. Shortcut. If we take a shortcut, we have to build a ramp. We'll get there a lot sooner. Oh, I don't know that we can survive that drop. But to keep in mind that we don't have Blade Runners on. I discovered during the filming of my previous episode, you see the giant flying moth thing, whatever, I don't remember what they call it. You see where he flies in relation to that roof? He clips the roof and comes up. And in the last episode, if you guys saw it last week, he scooped me off of that roof. I had paused the recording because I would finish recording talking about what we were going to do and in expanding that facility, the cookware facility. We were going to double it up. And, you know, I like heights, so I jetpacked up and I was standing on top of it while I was looking down. I had paused the recording. Now you mention it, Void. We were at the house. I could have taken my Explorer. I went through all of this. The reason we're running here was to get the materials to build a new Explorer. We could have taken the one from the house. Oh, man. Well, too late now. We're already here. So, right, we made an Explorer. So, when our power ran out, we were at the southern end of the map. We were all the way across the world. And so, I did have enough material on me to make an Explorer. So, I made an Explorer and tried to drive it on the rails, and it just didn't work out. And it was faster to run the rails with my Blade Runners because I've made a new rail line since last live stream that is a shortcut from the job site to home. So it was faster to run the shortcut than it was to drive an Explorer around the map. So we were running the rail line, and there was a hard drive crash site up on a platform on a cliff, and I was like, you know what, let's jetpack up and grab this while we're running. And the jetpack ran out of fuel, and I tried to land on a ledge, and the ledge, either it wasn't actually a solid ledge or something. We just fell through it and just plummeted into the void. So yeah, it's been one thing on another. And so mentally I was, well, we still need to make an Explorer. And I literally ran through our garage looking for oscillators and ran right past our cars and just didn't even click to me. We'll just take a car we already have. It's one thing after another. Okay, so we have everything we need here, right? We need rubber, plastic, oscillators. I don't know where the oscillators are at. Oh, here we have some rubber. We have plastic. Oscillators are probably... No, the building is over there. It doesn't be right here. I've looked right at it. No, AI. That's the oscillator building right there. Oh, they're above the... They're above me. Okay. We should have everything we need, in theory, jumpstart this. Now, we have a power plant right here, but that power plant is not enough to get the whole thing up and running. Yeah, it's just, it was one problem got into another problem, and then I stopped thinking about the big picture and kept thinking about the current problem. And each new problem, because it was, you know, then each new problem was, this is the problem that has to be tackled to solve the next problem that we were already working on, because it's the thing in the way of solving the problem. And so I stopped thinking about alternate solutions. Oh, Missed the water. That's all right. Now I'll be able to... Why does that no longer reach? Fine. We don't have to go that way. You can go up here. We're going to drive across the water, but it's not necessary. Oh. I just ran into a spitter that was in the ground. I think it was sleeping. Pardon me. At least this is an easy drive. This shouldn't take us any time at all to get out to where we're going. Well, as long as we don't die to poison, because we don't have our... Oh, this is a bad idea. Why am I doing this? Oh yeah, this is really making things better. All right, we're not taking damage here. What else can we have go wrong? Go over the ridge. We'll be right through the poison. Oh, look, there's more poison on the ridge. Oh, let's flip the truck so that we can't drive through the poison. Excuse me. Run you guys over on purpose. Ramp this way. That was not quite as dramatic of a ramp as I was anticipating. Oh. There's no way I'm going through the red forest without my jetpack and blade runners and explosive rebar. No way. Whee, that was a good ramp. We had the dramatic sand coming off of the tires as I flew through the air. It's shallow enough right here to drive through. And there's our turbo fuel plant. Oh, should be a good ramp right here. Yeehaw! Duke's a hazard. Yes, it definitely would have been much worse. Alright. There's no way I kept our summer home. Alright, here we go. I did keep this. I can't... I could make that jump with my blade runners. Oh, good grief. Come on. Parkour. All right. We're almost there. Let me think. I didn't bring any cable, so I can't run new power lines. So we have batteries right there, a whole row of batteries. If I brought cable, I could have isolated them and charged them. How is this connected? I think they are already isolated to this. Which means if we disconnect the cable to the rail network, these should be on the power network. We go across to there. Okay, and they all meet up down there. That's going to the oil extractors. Goes back. Okay, so those are isolated to this region, which is good for us. I still have to charge them, but it means that if I disconnect, right, the thing that we have to disconnect is the base, the fuel plant to the rest of the factory. And the way we do that is to disconnect the cable going from the fuel plant to the train station. This way, when we disconnect the train station, the batteries are still part of it. So you know, I just went over, Greg, about how I never have spares because I never need them. I put a road between the tracks and the walkways. There's no space. I mean, all the tracks are the minimal width I can get away with. I see. I knew I had one of these here still. Excellent. Yes. So we have as much as we need. That's perfect. So we need first to take out that line, which. Oh boy. We're gonna take more than that because I didn't bring enough cable to. I thought of this and I forgot about it. I don't have the materials to make. Okay, we're gonna steal stuff. I don't have the materials to actually do this. I'm getting flustered, so I'll explain as I go. I need this to be as close as I can to power. No, I need. Yeah, that's fine. We'll stay there. We'll go with that. No, we won't. We need this to be as close as we can get it to. I forgot to grab sheeting. I was going to grab sheeting when we were at the hub for piping. So I'm going to have to disconnect some pipes somewhere else to get piping. That's okay. All right. No. Packer. We need to be real close to this. Okay. We need biomass generator. That I forgot to pick up the biomass when we were at the base. That was another thing I forgot. So we're going to just run right down here and pick up some grass. All right? All right. I will reach it because I do have concrete. I'm just not going to run around the thing. So we got enough cable to just connect these two. That's all we have to do. Unpackaged turbo fuel. We'll put that in there. We'll go to the ground in a minute here and get the I can't jump up here, can I? I can't jump over here. Trying to figure out what pipe I want to steal. I wanted to take that one to disconnect this from there, but that pipe's got a nice curve to it. I don't have to remake it. So that the fuel is not generated wide. And it would be across these 6. This is the smart one to take, so we're going to take that one. That way the fuel is just distributed against these 6. So let's go get some grass, because we don't have a chainsaw on us to cut anything down. This is going so great. This is what everybody comes to a live stream for. I wouldn't be so perplexed if I weren't live streaming this. I would just roll my eyes and fix it. But since I'm trying to entertain people. Yeah, I see you down there shaking your head in anticipation of murder. I'm not going to the ground. Over there. We'll just do this. Yeah, I can. Right, I forget that we have that function. That I never do that. So yeah, I could do that. Yeah, as long as people don't mind. Yeah, I brought weapons. I may not have backup Blade Runners, but I got this. I thought you were dead. I feel like they increased the damage of the rifle. I don't think it was this effective before. I mean, it's always been a mockery of a weapon. Oh, oh, I can't. Oh, yeah. Okay. Animal carcasses. We can turn this into biofuel.
You are so lucky that you found this most valuable artifact.
We don't need grass. We just need to run over to our explorer. It has a crafting bench on it. We can just turn this into biofuel. All right. Is there any more walking biofuel around here? You look like biofuel. So do you. And you. Oh, wrong button. Wrong button. Close. No! You're not driving back to here. Can't stop moving. There could be other things here. Not enough space. I should have dropped off the compacted coal while I was up there. That's all right. We can. Just ramp back up. You know, we're gonna. Yeah, I know. We can just leave them here and let them soak back into our generators. I don't know that I want to risk running over there to get to our explorer. Gonna drop that. I don't have the material on me to make a crafting bench. I have to use the one that's built into the Explorer. Remember, we don't have our usual inventory. We're not set up for standard. I mean, unless it only takes those. Maybe that's all it takes. Well, I do always carry enough when I haven't fallen off the map, Jake. Okay, the materials for picking something up was enough. Normally, I have all that stuff on me. No, I want to. Go do that. I will come back later and clean all this stuff up. Not dealing with it right now. Okay. Oh, no. Yeah, oh, yeah, right. We can make it here. I don't have to get the Explorer. Something that we uncrafted gave us the materials we needed for this. Did we? I guess we needed plate and rods for the Explorer, right? So, by forgetting to take our buggy from home, we ended up with the materials on us necessary to be able to do this. Some bright side to this, right? We have to make all these different proteins. Organic data capsule. What that's for. Okay. All right. So I mean, it's very likely we're going to have to disconnect some power cables because this has got to support a bunch of refineries as well. But right now, the network's not turned on. So any of these running should purely be charging the batteries and not being consumed by anything else. Oh, I don't want the pipeline. I want... Did it already run up? No. We have enough room for 2 of these. I just don't have the cable to connect it. You get to a one. I still can't reach the pole. Nothing I build is meant to be be transversed through without blade runners. I build my entire base based on having blade runners. Ah! I just want to get to a power pole and not fall into somewhere that I can't get out of. Oh, it's not showing the batteries. That should crash immediately. There we go. Oh, oh, no, no. No, I didn't. Dumb. Oh, I'm wasting all this. Just fine, let it run. I didn't drop off the compacted coal. This is not doing anything. Oh, is this the compacted coal chute? Yes, I think so. Right now, I'm just running refineries for no purpose. And so I'm just eating up the energy that I've banked. I need to get the compacted coal into the refineries that create the turbo fuel. Long enough to actually have the plant be self-sufficient. Once the plant's self-sufficient, I can reconnect to the rest of the world. We're gonna go down here and get that last compacted coal. I want everything that I can use. Because keep in mind that even if the factory gets to where it's functioning on its own, it can't indefinitely because we still don't have the trains running to bring more compacted coal here. So we actually have to get the delivery started again. Yeah, exactly. We can get the batteries in good shape, then we'll be in good shape. And I don't want to go through the process of having, because I mean, obviously we could selectively start turning things off, but that's just such a huge pain. Yeah, so we're surviving off of the batteries right now. What charge we got out of that initial, before I flip the switch, is what's sustaining us right now. But production is going up. Oh, so our production is over our consumption already. Of course, our consumption should start to go up because there's like all the refineries that create the turbo fuel. The ones that didn't have compacted coal in them were sitting idle. So Our consumption should go up as our production goes up. But yeah, it looks like we're charging, so that's good. Well, but where would the power switch be if I had to segment the power plant, right? It would be that one cable that goes between the station and the first pole. It's either delete the cable or flip the switch. It doesn't really help me any. Since the entire factory's network runs through rail lines, it makes it real difficult to create true power junctions where you can shut off this side of the map or that side of the map individually. And I'm not sure how they would implement that, but it would be nice if it were something that we could do. Like, I mean, even if it was just, you know, if you could click on, say, one power switch and be able to control any power switch on the network that it's attached to, then I would be able to label them, you know, like by each building and be able to go, I want to flip that switch, and this switch to take certain buildings off of the network rather than having to go all the way to that location. That was another conversation I was having related to switches with a friend the other day, was that they don't have any value to me because if I were to get in the situation that we're in right now and I needed to turn certain buildings off, I'd have to be able to get to the buildings. And I can't get to the buildings because I don't have the electricity to run my trains to get to the buildings to shut them off. It's like, you need to be able to remote control them. You know, just like the mod that I have for trains. If we do something like this for power switches, then power switches would be so much more valuable. Okay, let's, it feels premature to try to plug the whole network in, but maybe we do. I need cable, unfortunately. I have to disconnect our thing that's producing. Oh, it's not producing anyway because it's been full in canisters. All right. Yeah, we're gonna disconnect this and see if the whole network crashes. Oh, we had a pole right here we could have looked at. Because the whole network's going to drain, is going to suck all the stored power out really fast. Maybe we don't. Our production's up to 9 megawatt or 9 gigawatts. I don't remember. I think that this facility, when it's running full tilt, I don't remember how much power this facility creates. Like 15 gigawatts, something like that. Let's see if my spreadsheet tells me. My old scratch pad. I mean, at some point we calculated this, but It was such a long time ago. .6 gigawatts is what this should be generating. So as much as I want to plug it in right now, we would be better off, because if I plug it in and it's not enough to sustain the network, we instantly drain our batteries and we just go back to, we lose all of our ground. Now the one benefit we'd have from turning it on right now, or when we turn it on, is that our coal plants should come online as well. And so we would get supplemental power. So this whole plant wouldn't on its own be sustaining. But it would need, the entire network would have to survive long enough for whatever that's causing the coal plants to not work. Like if they're out of water, for example. They might be ready to go, like immediately. It might just be literally a matter of flipping the switch. But we'd need to get to that switch to flip it, which we kind of can do if we steal this. Where is this going? I need to be able, I need, this right here is the master pole that connects the whole everything. If I steal this cable and connect it to the train station, I can flip the switch, which would kick in the coal generators, but it would crash immediately anyway, so it wouldn't make any sense. Yes, I do. I need the train, exactly. I need the train. I need the whole thing to work long enough for the train with the compacted coal to make it here. The problem is that it's a long ride, and where is it in the process of picking up the coal and coming back? That could be quite a delay before it gets back here. And so we definitely have to do it before this runs out. This has already run out. We gotta try it. We gotta risk it. Drag from here to here. I expect this to crash almost instantly. Yeah, not enough. Okay. Come on, coal generators. Oh, I think the coal generators are saving us. Are we charging? Oh. Where is our... Also, we stole a bunch of compacted coal, so there is... Part of this loop is going to supply no compacted coal because we brought it manually. But we took that from home, so there should be compacted coal here. That train right there is the one that we need to have hurry its butt up and get back to here. This train right here is the relay train that's carrying the compacted coal in between. But there's going to be a dry run of it because we're generating our compacted coal here. Yeah, so here's the here's the sulfur and coal. These are creating the compacted coal. They're going through the belt highway up to here, and they're being picked up and delivered up to the electronics hub. There is a second compacted coal process, which is this sulfur right here. and this coal is generating some compacted coal here, but it's much less than what's being carried. So there's a little bit coming in to supplement it. So even if this guy does a dry run, there will be some compacted coal for this guy to pick up. It's just, is it enough? I don't know. We should take the ride back with the train, because there's literally nothing we can do here. If this whole thing collapses, there's nothing we can do to save it. With what we have on hand. So we might as well ride the train back. And grab our Explorer before we leave. So that if we have to come back, we'll have our Explorer. And we'll be closer to getting the materials we need to bring back to try again to jumpstart it. Where's the train at? It's already here. Don't leave without us! I wanted to see what it managed to drop off. There's compacted coal going through there, so it managed to drop off coal. Oh, not very much. Oh, that's not good. I didn't pick up the biofuel generator, did I? Come back later. Yeah, yeah, that would be actually a cool idea to have like this be like train Mark II. The electric train, and maybe have this a little further in the tech tree, and then give us an earlier train that is, you know, a coal burning steam train. They could introduce trains a little earlier. Give us one that we have to supply coal and water to. And then later we would get to unlock these trains and replace the Mark I steam trains. That's actually pretty cool. I like that idea. I'm not really sure how it did. Yeah, exactly. It'd be an old steam locomotive. Oh. I mean, they would have to bury the electric train pretty much farther into the tree so that people didn't just skip over the steam one. You know, give us a reason to use it. But I do think that would be pretty cool. Okay, so those are all green lights. So our coal generator is definitely helping. Our coal plant is definitely helping mitigate the load. Okay, so that's enough for him to pick up one set. Right, because it's 3 lines of... I'm not clicking off of it because if I click off, I won't be able to interact with it. Because it's in the middle of docking. So it should take the top 3 lines. Yeah. I don't know if you saw the last episode, Void, but I name dropped from Coffee Stain that I was in communication with. Oh, it's more than 3 lines. That I was in communication with Snoot over the mob spawning issue. Try to make it sound like I'm important. All right, so here that guy's bringing the relay. All right, so there was still leftover. So now that we have Mark V belts, it looks like maybe I should. I mean, it's only 150. It's 152 items per minute transfer. Well, the transfer rate's probably inaccurate now because it's been so, you know, the trains have been sitting idle. Oh, that also reminds me. We're more or less we're stranded here at the moment. We don't need to be stranded here. We have a personal train. Time to use it. Come get us, buddy. E-hub mid. E-hub mid. I think that if you're in a tube when power runs down, you keep going. Yeah, Void. Last episode was an episode where I mentioned chatting with I think it was last episode or the one before. There was a patch that there were patch notes that had said that they had restored the missing mobs, and our map still didn't have any mobs in it, and so I talked to Snoot over Discord, asking, I said, where are my creatures? You claim that they're back. Where are mine? And he said, they're not back yet. It's like, nope, definitely not back. So he asked me to send him a copy of our world, and I did. And then a few days later, there was a hotfix for missing mob spawns, and ours reappeared. And I took credit for it, which may be completely baseless. they may have already been working on it. I don't know. But I told Snow, I said, thanks for bringing my mobs back. I'm taking credit for it. I'm a small time YouTuber. We need any claim to fame. Go ahead. But that's one of the reasons why this game is going to be successful, is because it has good developers who are, you know, they actually care about what the player base is doing, and will actually communicate openly, and you know, it's always the best games have good developers, not just good programmers, good developers. And you know, that's what separates companies like Coffee Stain Studios from companies like Electronic Arts. You know, EA has very competent programmers, but they are terrible developers because they don't care about their customers. And it shows. Come on, train. Where you at? There it is. All this stuff that we don't need. We'll stop by home and drop off the turbo fuel that we don't need. I mean, the network's still running. That's good. I picked up the Packer, right? I don't think I picked up the Biogen or one or the other. That's okay. I'm not. I mean, on stream here, I'm not going to bother going back. Our production rate is still substandard. Oh, there it went. Network just crashed. Oh. No. We were just about to head back home on our train where we could have picked up more compacted coal. I feel like this should be where we end the stream. Stop honking. You have no power. Turn off. What I need to do, what I need to do is I need to isolate the turbo factory for long enough to charge the batteries on it. Which means, at this point, multiple trips of bringing compacted coal to it. Yeah, exactly. Fixing this is probably an hour-long fix. Because I have to travel back and forth between them across the map. Bringing all this back online. I don't know how entertaining that's going to be to people. Let's see here. I need a ramp to get down from here. How much compacted coal has been brought here? Well, I've reinstated everything. The power lines are back up and running. That's kind of the point. Is I need to go back to. No, I don't have to go back to base because my train made it to us. I was gonna say I need to go back to base to get the materials I need to do this properly. Oh no! Oh no! Our materials are on the stupid platform at the other power plant. I was gonna say I can get cables from here, from our train, because our personal train's here. But our personal train is not in construction mode, it's just in transport mode. Oh, one thing or another. Cables are just cables. Okay, we can manually craft cable. That's all I need to kind of do this properly. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. The network crashed while this was docking, and I don't have access to the station to pull the compacted coal out of the storage. Cancel docking. No. Turn off self-driving. I can't access the compacted coal. Yes, it needs... It is just, when it rains, it pours. Let's flip the switch a couple of times. Is it running? What? What? Why is it working? There it goes. Did it finish? Oh, that train. What? That train's still go. Oh no, don't tell me it's like out of control. No, I mean, it doesn't normally. Normally, it can crash immediately or nearly immediately. But if it... Yeah, see? Instant. Let's go with plan B. We actually might have a small alternative to this. We have 2 sets of batteries. I do have a little bit of foresight. I did have some contingency plans. We have coal plant right here, which has its own set of batteries. I have a set of batteries at both power plants. So we can try disconnecting this from the network. I can figure out where it's connected to the network. And see if we can get the coal plant running on its own and have it start charging its batteries. At the very least. This is a little bit more problematic because this is relying on, you know, the coal plants and all that stuff way off in the distance. So it's harder to disconnect this from the network and still maintain its supply lines coming in. These are running. This is why we were able to turn it on for a while. These are still running on the material that's in them, and they were charging the batteries. I think that's what was happening. Because now the network is not... No. That doesn't sound right. I think I see a power line right there. It's probably going to the rest of the network. I don't think I can cleanly run this. Because we won't, the sulfur and the coal won't come in. It'll run out because we won't be able to run the miners. They're so far away. Yeah, I mean, I could shut down individual things, but I need to... We're on the order of magnitude of things that need to be shut down to actually make any difference. So I guess the question here is, did power run long enough for that to cancel its docking procedure for me to pick up the compacted coal? Like, I mean, I could spend the time to go all the way out to our to the northern spire, where that entire building is on a power switch. I'd have to drive all the way out there and then run through the spire to shut that off, but that plant is using 3 gigawatts. That would be a significant savings on getting this whole thing up and running. But it would still require us to go all the way back across the map to jumpstart the turbo fuel. The turbo fuels are our way out of this because it's easy to isolate that. It's not easy to isolate the coal plant. I almost jumped right over the edge. I mean, it's easier to jumpstart the coal plant because it doesn't have as many machines to run. All it's running is, right, the miners, and it is operating off of, some of it's operating off of compacted coal, so there are some assemblers in there. Whereas a turbo fuel plant has to have all the refineries running to make the fuel. So it's a lot harder to jumpstart it over this. You know, if I hadn't jumped into the void and lost my jetpack, this would be a lot easier because I could fly around and find what I need to disconnect. Oh, I see you down there. Look at that, mama spider. They changed the behavior of these guys, by the way, in the latest patch. They pretty much all jump, and they jump a lot higher than they used to. I'm not safe up here from that. If that spider gets mad at me, it can probably make it up here. I want to see if I can make it jump. Like, I'm not coming down to you. I'll collect that later. Oh, there was a reason I was coming over here. Because I had made a ramp down. There's also going to be more compacted coal in here. Because one of these plants is operating off of compacted coal. I'm still, I have my doubts that we're going to be able to get this operating reasonably on this stream. But I'll give it the college try. We'll do one more attempt to jump start. Oh, wrong. Stop it. Wrong button. Okay. Michael's already run out of those machines. Here's the other tucked away batteries. Already all on the belt. What's the phrase? Borrowing from Peter to pay Paul. Now these guys are not going to be able to generate power. I shouldn't be doing this. I'm not going to take any more. Because these front ones are going to eat up all the compacted coal coming up, which is going to make it harder for the ones behind them to come online. And we're going to need these to come online. I'm really glad I made all those walkways. Okay, can't get over that. Oh. The reason I turned around wasn't because of these guys, it was because I forgot something important. Which was that we need copper sheeting for pipes. And we're going to do it right this time. We're gonna do multiple packages. Oh, that's a boss. I remember this area. I remember recording this episode and that being a boss. The episode when I built this facility, that he kept running away from me because all I had was the basic rebar and he was out of range. Yeah, look how big he is. Yeah, that's one of the bosses. I'm not sticking around for that. Okay, we have copper sheeting right here. And we have so many temporary ramps I'm going to have to come back and get rid of. Oh, there you go. It's already a pain navigating through here, even with Blade Runners. All right. See, there's more compacted coal that's coming up. Okay, so we do generate compacted coal here. That used to go to want to use up my... I don't know why those are deleted. I don't want to use up resources. Well, I might need at the other location. Alright, boss guy's around here somewhere. I don't really want to be wasting ammo. Probably a way up to the hill from here. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they don't chew on stuff, right? Not sure where the ramp up is over here. Go around. Yeah, that should be fine. We know we can survive this, just don't roll the vehicle this time. This guy's out, legs out from underneath him like he did last time. Oh, he got out of the way of time. At least this has given us an excuse to break out the Explorer again. I always love driving around in this thing. It's so much better than it was when they first introduced it. You used to get stuck on everything and it used to flip over so easily. They did a great job of making it good. Good to use. A little farther over and I realized, oh, drifting. Whoop. There's some coal. We need more coal. Yeehaw! Oh, oh! Isn't that a great thing? You know, I keep things off the ground for a reason. It's so that we can pass under them if we ever have to, and it's great to see that philosophy actually paying off. Maybe I'll use this to get up on the ledge. Shit, I should have just drove over there because we have the ramp going up. I don't know if I can make it through this water in the Explorer, though. Shallow enough? Oh, yeah, that looks shallow. Oh, that's not shallow. Okay, that didn't work. Got us far enough. Those belts are still full of compacted coal. That's odd. It didn't. The place didn't run out of compacted coal. Oh, thanks for joining us, Void. I mean, we're at the 6-hour mark anyway. Oh, wait a minute. Where did I pick up regular coal? Oh, that was regular coal that was in those. That doesn't do us any good. All right. Back to coal's fine. Have a good night, Void. Hope to see you next week. Obviously, we will still be doing this next week because we're not finishing the project today. We picked that up or didn't pick that up, so that's good. And now that we have the we have some material to make pipes, we can run more than one packer. And we can hammer out some cable. We need to disconnect that from the rest of the network. We need to once again supply I don't have the materials for... That's all right. We can actually use this pole. I think. No. No, we can't. Not yet. I think we could operate one of these long enough to get some juice. We can do a Mark 1 pole. Actually, have to find that on the... Yes. Yeah, the Mark 2 is what we can't do. That's okay. Actually, I should put that right there instead. How much power does this take? 10 megawatts, okay. All right, so this should be purely charging batteries and nothing else once these start kicking in. No, that's not going to be true. It's still going to kick in the refineries. Right, we'd have to have batteries purely connected just to their. This isn't part of that grid, so at least the grid isn't pulling from the biogenerator. That's going to try to kick in all the refineries. But I think we're okay in that sense because since we saw compacted coal still on the belts, there's probably turbo fuel still in a bunch of these generators. So I'm not really sure what crashed our network the second time. Doesn't make sense. What caused, if there was still fuel in these lines, yeah, I don't know what could have crashed the network. I think that if we successfully get the place powered up again, like we did last time, I'm going to call our train to here, and then because we saw the quick-wire train, even though the network was down, the quick-wire train kept driving until it got to its destination. So I'm wondering if a train that's already moving will keep going, or if that just by chance happened to be close enough that its momentum carried it to the station. Because if we can get our train here and use it to get to the Northern Spire, we can flip the switch on the Northern Spire and take 3 gigawatts off of the grand network and just leave it off. Like, there's nothing important that it's doing to the survival of the factory. It's supplying circuit boards that aren't even being used. They're literally just being synced. We'll start using them next episode when I bring the rest of the computer manufacturers online, but right now they're not being used. You can say turned off indefinitely. But right now they're being synced, so it's actually pulling the 3 gigawatts. So if I can get to that switch, I can shut that off. That'll help the whole thing recover. I wanted, like, I knew we were going to stand here for a minute. I wanted to try to create a poll. Never created a poll in our chat. I haven't meant to start this because we gotta wait for this thing to run anyway. I'm kind of, I mean, creating more batteries won't solve the problem. It comes back to my original complaint about batteries is that the game doesn't tell you that the batteries are being engaged. If we would have had 10,000 batteries throughout our entire network, it still would have crashed. It just would have taken longer to crash. Because we had no idea that they were being engaged. All right, putting up a poll for what's the best start time? You know, I noticed that later into my streams, more people show up, and you know, I start them at 4 p.m. Eastern normally, but I know people are in different time zones, and I've always kind of tried to target, as you know, in a middle spot for people on Eastern and Western coasts in the U.S. to be able to join. But I know I also get people outside of the U.S. and I'm open to pushing the time around a little bit so that more people can be here for more of the streams, for more time in the stream. It only let me put 4 options in there, by the way. I wanted to put other. It wasn't an option for me to do so. All right, that. Clear that out. But you guys should have a poll that you can click on. That power poll doesn't tell us anything. I don't know what percentage we were at before, but I think we were at like 9% when we connected it last time. I'm still not clear as to what crashed the network a second time, since this factory seems like it was more or less ready to keep running, and it was easy for it to restart. But we can't sit too long because we need the compacted coal to be coming in, and I can't feed the coal in my inventory into it. I think that maybe we start it up. Before we do that, why I'm bothering to do that, I can just use this. Let's call the train, have our train ready to go, and come here immediately. Where are we? We're Oil West Coast. Turn on self-driving. I think that the regular one is still turned off. Yeah, it's still turned off. Which is fine. It won't. I don't think it has any compacted coal on it at the moment, and that would get our train here first. So I'm going to try kick this in. Yeah, we expected that. Come on. Come on. Come on, coal plants. And I want to get our train. I want to get on our train and make it to the spire and shut it down. Fact. We know we're going to be on. We're going to be on the clock. Going to be here. I want to go to encased beams. We can shut that down because there is a sink on it. I can just disconnect the sink, and when the sink's not running, the whole facility will stop because it'll be all backed up. Load. None. And then Spire right. Why are these not alphabetic? Shouldn't have done that. Now I have to none. Definitely none. Okay. How's the power holding out? Oh, let's see, it's draining. 5 minutes left. I think you know what, we're gonna go. I was gonna say that we just shut it off and let it charge up a little bit more, but there's no compacted coal coming in. There's no docking. Cancel docking, get moving. Weird angles, I'm not seeing the tunnel. We're gonna risk turning this on. It's gonna draw more power, but we need it because it's the compacted coal. We can shut off the aluminum express. No, we can't because it's at home. We have to wait until it's clear. Spire Express we can't turn off yet because it's in a place where we need it out of the way. So when these two trains get out of the way, we can shut them down. And that's trivial, right? Like, we're pulling 28 megawatts right now. I guess I just talked myself into not worrying about it. Either the network's going to survive or it's not. I'm feeling like not because I don't think we're going to get compacted coal there in time. He's got compacted coal on him at least. His compacted coal cart had something on it. Can't afford to fall off. Okay. If that's not sinking, then they'll stop producing, so this entire facility will shut down. There's no train picking this stuff up anyway. We don't have an immediate need for it. I mean, those machines are probably still running. Yeah, I definitely, I definitely need to go back and get our stuff. That's what I'm hoping. If the network can stay alive long enough for me to shut down the Spire Coast, the next thing is going to take this train to where we dropped our stuff, get our Blade Runners and our jetpack back, enhance our mobility at least. I'm expecting the shutdown any moment. Since I still don't know what caused it to crash the second time. It still looked like we were producing enough. These should all be up and running again. Also, we had in the last live stream, we had another issue with trains getting stuck in those intersections when we had another temporary train. And I figured out a solution for it, and I haven't implemented the solution yet because I wanted to implement it on live stream. But if we can get the network up and running successfully and reliably again, talk about the problem that we ran into and the proposed solution, which is a simple solution. Once I stopped and thought about it. But I need to be at the location to really illustrate the problem and the solution. I should run and not take the tube, but I need to get there faster. The only switch I have in the entire game. Oh, 1%. Oh, it was right about to crash. 40 mega. Oh man, then we were probably seconds away from the network crashing. We just shaved 4.5 gigawatts off of our consumption. Oh man, I think we just saved it. That was close. We're producing 12, consuming 8.6. Okay. It was just about to crash. And fortunately, I put this on the other side of the power network. I'm not going to say we're safe, but I think we saved it. And we're hopefully safe. If something spikes, it could still crash the network. Oh! Honk at me. Hey, in fact, you don't need to be running. Well, now I can't stop it because it's in the way of my train. So we're still not necessarily safe because we've borrowed a lot of compacted coal that has to be made while we're running under max capacity, so we could still run out. At any given moment. But pulling that 4.5 gigawatts off of the network gives a lot more breathing room. And it's funny because I built that switch there just because, you know, I always build an entire facility or a building and then I turn it all on at one time. And I wanted to pre-wire it, and that was the only reason I used it, was so that machines weren't running. We could have it go through the whole thing. Yeah, I mean the batteries are charging, but they were at what, less than 1%. They were charging and they were teetering back and forth between charging and discharging when we connected the network again. And so, you know, if something's starting to work, can cause all the things behind it that were backed up to start working again, and so our initial lower consumption rate can go up. And so we're still prone to power spikes. So I can't stress how close we were just now to crashing again. So I'm not ready to call it safe yet. I think we have a much better chance of it surviving on this attempt. If it crashes again, though, we are definitely. I mean, the stream's only got so much time left in it anyway, but so I want to at least talk about the problem that we had with our rail network last time and the solution for it, and actually implement the fix. I haven't implemented the fix because of the fact that I wanted to do it live, because it was a problem that we experienced together. Oh, the crate appeared on the rail line. Nice. I don't have to ramp up there. Yeah, I think that we're okay. Oh, gimme. Those are the two things I care about. Woo! Ah! Can't believe it. Like, we fell through that. Almost like it's not solid. No, actually, I think the irony is that I'm pretty sure you can draw power from rails. You can. I didn't necessarily even need to use the jetpack here, although with it blinking, I'm not feeling safe about this. Hard drive. That was a costly hard drive. Cost us hours of running around without blade runners. Uh-oh. Shouldn't be anything that we care about here. I'm gonna fill up my inventory of stuff that we're making. Or leaves. Yeah, unless there's something like a heat sink up here. Which is in the realm of possibility, given location. All right. I need inventory space. So I can do that. All right. Let's swap that out. That out of our inventory. Don't need all of these. Really don't need all that coal. All right. I don't want this to dock with our supplies down here. I think I'm gonna just trash a bunch of it into a sink. I think we're done building for today, but we still want to solve that train problem. Not the one that caused this problem, because that's a different problem. We've already solved that by getting rid of the temporary train that we didn't need. I don't know if I want to say solve the problem. There's still, that turnaround is still a bad area. But the solution that we're going to implement for the other place that we had trains cross-block each other might be something that we can implement at that location as well. I'll have to look at. I mean, the whole home station area is just problematic to begin with. I'm going to need to stop this before it docks. How are we looking on the power? Charging. Okay. I'm gonna risk an awesome sink. Get some stuff out of my inventory. Actually, I'm not gonna bother. Let's just do this. Another storage for me to forget why the stuff's there and be confused. Just like that one over there. We need to get rid of. I want to empty this entire container. Just take all. Stack the stuff that we know we already had to set aside. What did we have on us? Make some room. Okay, so like all the compacted coal, we can get all the regular coal. I can get rid of all that. Get rid of all of that. The rest, I think we can probably assimilate into our inventory. All that will go into a sink at some point. Not gonna bother right now. How do we get such over inventory? Do that. Guess we could take that back later. A lot of that stuff is actually stuff we need for the construction site, so I don't want to... These back to load, so they'll go back onto the train. Because I'll be working on my next episode over the week, and I need the stuff on the train. And, I think that I'm going to just get rid of a bunch of this stuff that probably belongs at this site. That's what I should have done at the beginning of this work site. Is I should have probably dumped my standard inventory somewhere else so that I knew what I had on me. It was related specifically to this construction site. That's okay. If we're short on some stuff during the build, it won't be by a lot. And we can always go back home and fix, get what we're short on. Okay. We're going to go there, and then we're going to go to the place that we had the problem, which was the encased beams. Not want to load anything there. And talk about the problem that we had. Why are you not doing anything? Back it up a little bit. I think it drifted just too far for it to automatically dock. There we go. So since the network hasn't crashed yet, I think we're probably safe. And once we get this facility built, you know, things like this will be less likely to happen. Right? I mean, we weren't using too much power. This was a failure in the supply chain due to a dependency of our power source. I didn't expect this to be the shortest route, but it's fine. Because of the turbo fuel plant requiring outside supplies, which is the compacted coal coming via train, there was an outside influence that was able to choke the plant into where it failed because it wasn't self-contained. This plant here, this 85 gigawatt plant, is going to be 100% self-contained. So this can't happen at this plant. Now, it's not to say that we can't do something, you know, to cause the network to crash again, where, you know, at some time in the future where we've built some other mega builds that have run us up to being within enough gigawatts that that plant alone can't cover the whole thing. So where, you know, say we choke the turbo fuel plant again, we can still crash the network again if we get that close to it. But it'll be much easier to restore because we can just come down to this plant, disconnect this plant from the network, let it charge some batteries. So what we'll do is we'll put batteries in this facility as well. In fact, you know, I was talking about on the four corners of the building, having it flare out and having it have big feet going into the water so that it's standing on it like a rocket. That's what we can use the feet for. Because the feet they're gonna reach down to the water, so we can have platforms inside the feet that are just above water level. Fill them full of batteries, and they'll know it's out of sight, out of mind. But they'll be attached directly to that facility, so that if we ever have a problem like this in the future, we disconnect that facility from the rail network. It's fully self-contained, and it will charge those batteries, and then we can use it to jumpstart the rest of the network. So I think that factory, that plant that we're building right now, is going to keep this from ever being the same kind of problem. Stop here for a moment. I'm going to clean this up a little bit. Since we now have our mobility back, it's no big deal. Just run across it and delete things. Plus, it'll be nice to take a look and make, you know, see what the state of the compacted coal is on it. Clean up our mess. Oh, that's disconcerting. There should be more plastic coming down that line. That means not all the refineries are running. But that's compacted coal. That's a good sign. If they're not running because they're backed up on heavy oil. Because the compacted coal hasn't made it through the whole network. Yeah, see, we got a lot of red lights still. But the trains are restoring the compacted coal. It took a lot to get this whole factory up and running the first time, because it's mathed right down to the numbers. It's everything here is exact. So doing that, you know, backfilling everything really takes some time. Yeah, see, they're full in heavy oil. Once we start getting caught up on the compacted coal, these guys in the back start getting filled up, then it won't be a problem. This is the easiest time I've ever had getting around this plant. There are power poles everywhere, so the pack really is working out for me. How much are you bringing? How much are you bringing? All right, full load. Excellent. That makes me happy. I think I'm going to leave these sitting here. For now. Just for now. Okay, crafting bench is still there, which means I should have put this over here. Oh, I put away the bodies at the other place. That's fine. We'll just leave this here for now. I'll come back and clean it up later once we are secure. But if I need to come back and jumpstart the place again, at least these will already be built. And I don't need to bring turbo fuel because I still have this thing here. So I can just feed them in manually. How we doing? Oh yeah, look at it go. We still got another 5 gigawatts of production capacity that's not kicked in yet, but that's okay. Should be safe at this point. These are only still here because I was too lazy to pick them up. We originally built these to jumpstart this facility when it was first built. I had there used to be a train station right where we're floating. This was a train station, and I had them plugged into here, so I was drawing power from the rest of the factory proper when we were still operating off of the coal burners. And I used it to charge all of these, and then disconnected and connected that up, jump started it, and I just didn't delete them. And now I never will. But this is good. This gave us it gave us a little bit more purpose on the design for the new building, because now we're going to use those feet for powered, batteries. Now they'll actually have a function. And it reminded me to put batteries there because of the value of having the batteries if we should ever get in this situation again. So, last last live stream, we had 2 trains get stuck here at this intersection. See, I'm still not sold on batteries in this game. I was back in the day before they fixed the way power works in this game, because you know the power generators didn't used to run at 100% all the time, which made it a nightmare to try to balance the byproducts. And it was just a lot. Power was a lot less reliable, and it was a lot easier to crash your network before then. All right, so last time we had 2 trains. Why is that even there? That's weird. Anyway. Okay, that's the one coming this side because I don't have. Wow, that was really bad. Because I should have shortened one of these and put one here. Anyway, we have 2 intersections, and you know when you make an intersection, you need to section it off on all incoming and outgoing branches. That's the only way you really can section it off to prevent crashes. The problem with this design is that these 2 intersections are too close to each other. So a train of sufficient length can be crossing this intersection, while one of sufficient length can be crossing this intersection going the opposite direction. And what will happen is they won't be able to bypass each other. Like, say one is in here and one's on that one right there. He can't cross this one to get into this. He can't get far enough into this one to leave this intersection. And since he can't leave this intersection, this guy can't move forward to leave that intersection. And so they just end up staring at each other because the space in the middle isn't long enough to house an entire train. There needs to be enough dead space between them for a 6-length train, because it's 5 cars and 1 engine. And that space is not enough in order for a train to get in between the intersections. And that's how we had a problem last time where 2 going the opposite direction ran into each other. It wasn't a problem we had in the past, but we ran into it because normally we only have 1 train on this line, so it was never something we ran into. But we didn't have the shortcut. Last time we didn't have this shortcut between home and the new job site, and so we had our personal train doing the back and forth, bringing all the materials to the job site, and it was taking that long way around, and it just happened to be crossing in front of this while that train was on its way across, and they ran into each other and got stuck. And it was luck that we discovered it. Otherwise, we would have had the same problem we had today, because that's the train that carries the compacted coal to the turbo fuel plant. And it was just, we looked at the map. I think what it was is that we noticed that our train hadn't come back yet, because we were waiting for it to bring supplies. But for whatever reason it is, we noticed that it was stuck. And we came here ourselves and just manually drove the train out of the way. But when I thought about it over the week, I realized that there's a real easy solution. Originally I thought, well, that means I'm going to have to move, this either the on-ramp or the off-ramp further out. Like, take the off-ramp, was going to have to go further over and then turn in so that there would be enough space in the middle here for a full train. We don't need to do that. All we need to do is make it 1 intersection. Right, so they're just randomly deleting things. Let's make sure it's just methodically. We have, this is incoming. Its outgoing needs to be after the intersection, so that's perfect now. And now this one's incoming on that side. We get rid of this. This. And so now instead of it being two intersections, it's one massive intersection. So now if a train is coming this way and enters that intersection, this guy can't get stuck. He just has to wait before going to that intersection for this guy to pass the entire thing. It's going to, you know, it causes a larger gap for a stopping, but it's worth it because now you can't break the trains. And so I need to go around the map, and anywhere that I have this kind of intersection that's this close apart. So like this guy was never a problem, right? Because he's only 4 wide. He could have fit in the middle, no problem. But most of our trains are 6 wide or 6 long, and he couldn't. None of the 6 long, you know, is our personal train is, you know, the behemoth, and that it was able to choke that point. But now that can't happen. And there's one other place that could happen. In fact, it did happen because we had a temporary train. Our relay train that was taking some supplies that needed to go down to the work site, and it was relaying it to home for our personal train to pick up. In last episode, either last episode or the episode that publishes tomorrow. Oops. Trains got stuck at the electronic hub because there was a long enough train passing in front of the electronic hub that caused the exact same backup. We need you to go to eHub mid. And we need to back it up. Back it up. Back it up. And so we need, like, when I built the electronic hub, or when I edited the train setup at the hub, this new style, I knew that this was a possibility. But I pre-calculated out how long the trains were and what direction they're going to be approaching from, and it could never happen. But as soon as I added another train to the network, it happened because I hadn't pre-calculated whether or not a 5-length train going from the other side could cause the congestion. I played it fast and loose, and it came back and it bit me. Hey, Rickster. I am still going. Yes, we are still. I mean, we're about to wrap up, but we're still here. Glad you could make it. Today has been a trial. Has been a real trial. Oh, that's another thing we need to clean up. Yeah, I'll let that stop. We have spent the past, I don't know, guys, how long has it been? A couple of hours or so? At least 2 hours. Yeah. We crashed the network. The factory crashed due to a supply train getting stuck and choking out our turbo fuel plant. So we've been, and then I jumped into the void on accident, and it's just been one thing after another. But see where that train is right here? That's another one of those intersections that can get congested. It can't right now, I don't think, because of the trains that are coming to it. But we add one more train to the network, and it can get congested, which it did when I was using that temporary train. In fact, I'm pretty sure on the episode that releases tomorrow, we actually see it get congested. We see this get blocked up. So you see that this section right here is too short for a train to, for a long train to get to it. The only train that crosses this opening that can be a problem is a 3-car train or a 4-car train, and so it's not a problem. It can fit in this hole, in this opening. See, like right there was the quick-wire train. It's a 6-car train, but it never crosses this opening. It comes from that side, goes up, comes down, and then goes away through here. It never crosses this opening. That 4-car train is the one that crosses the opening, and it's short enough to not be a problem. Actually, let's do this methodically. But as we start to introduce longer trains through this hub, it can get stuck. All right, coming in. So we don't need that, and we don't need that. That train's long enough to congest it, but it never goes through there. That's the one coming in. Take that out. This will cause a little bit more congestion and delays, but it will make it so that it shouldn't be able to, nothing should be able to get stuck anymore. So that should future-proof this rail network. And as far as our home train, you know, we saw the home train. The home network is what caused today's problem, right? We had a temporary train running at home. It was, in fact, it was the same relay train, which we have deleted now. That caused the congestion. That caused the whole thing to crash. I don't know that we can fix it. Home left. Let's go home and see if we can fix that. I suspect that I'm going to have to stare at it a lot longer before I can come up with it, because the whole way that the home network works is just not good. What I really need to do is I need to tear down the entire home station and rebuild it. Well, the home, when you say the home train, you mean the one we're driving right now, our personal train? It has its own parking station. It's the left one. It's the only one that goes. It's the only one that takes that station we just pulled out of. This is the only train that uses it. And the left station at home is also the personal station for this. There's no other train that actively uses them. It's like this now. This intersection is fine because it's only we have both lines going in and coming out at the same place, so there's no potential. There aren't two one entrance and one exit that has a space between them. So that style works fine. But the whole home station honestly needs to be tore down and rebuilt. I don't want to do that, and I don't know if I ever will. It would have to come further over the cliff this way. It's in the place. I mean, we need it where it's at. Like you can see here, I have some platforms that I was trying to work out a way of fixing this without having to move the stations. Come on, autosave. All right. This is the parking station for the personal train. Nothing else uses this. I mean, my autosave is set to once an hour because it takes so long for it to save. Which came back to bite me earlier this week when I was working on the episode that comes out tomorrow. I was at probably about the 50-minute mark and we had a power out here. Lost everything. Like, I had lost stuff that I had done on recording and I had to rebuild all of it. I was so annoyed. Because my battery backup is dead. And I can't afford to replace it. So, yep. It literally went, you know, like like I said, I have a UPS, but it's dead. By the way, welcome, Liquid. Sorry to join just as we're getting ready to call the stream. But glad to see you. Yeah, the battery on my UPS is dead, and I can't afford to replace it. It was a good UPS. Still sitting there on the floor. I'm looking at it right there, unplugged because not working. I need to replace the battery on it. I just can't do it right now. Let's see here. Yeah, the batteries are definitely the most expensive part. And of course, it waited till the 3-year, right at the end of the 3-year warranty for it to die on me. So earlier today, the problem we had was that a train came up this way. How did it work? Yes, the relay train. The relay train was going. How did that happen? It was the relay train, which would be coming from there to there. Right, so the relay train, because this thing's all a mess, so the relay train had to go all the way around and come up, and it had to cross through there and turn right, because it had to go into that station, because it had to turn around because that station's facing the other way. And as it was trying to enter that intersection, the train right there was crossing this way and doing the turnaround. Something to that effect, and so they got stuck on each other. One of them was in the turnaround and got stuck because the turnaround isn't enough to get through, or something like that. So this whole mess needs to be fixed. What we need to do, we need all 3 of these stations to be facing the same direction. 9 watt. I don't remember what the wattage was on my. This was a really good UPS. It could support my beast of a setup for like a half an hour. Oh, right, Rickster. I forgot to. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, we got so caught up on stuff that I forgot to try to pick flowers. We'll do that in a minute here. Remind me before I wrap up. What we need to be able to do at this station is we need all of the trains to be facing the same direction. And we can swap. You know, we could swap it, right? We can change the direction of that end station, be the same as these, but we don't have enough room between the tracks to do the merger, because they need to be able to, when the exit's coming out or the entrance is going in, they need to be able to turn both directions. And this is too close. Like, this is the incoming, right? this is too close to do a U-turn and make it into that station. So this station is too close to the rail line. The simplest fix would be to take my personal station that I use all the time and move it all the way out past that station. Which I don't want to do because I don't want this to be hanging out over the cliff any more than it already is. We'd have to expand this whole line probably that far out. And it would look terrible, you know, hanging out this far over everything. But I think that that's the only solution. And once I do that, you know, I don't want this to be... I want the closest station to the warehouse to be our personal station. So, that means I need to, you know, move that to over here and rerun the train, rerun all the conveyors. It's just a pain that I don't want to get into. But it's probably going to be the only way, because I've been trying to figure out a way of, you know, can I back this up and turn it in sooner and then have it turn back out. But ultimately, the big issue is that this rail is too close to this station. There's no way to make a turn and have it come in. It just can't be done. The other solution would be to have the rails run all the way out and around the whole station and then come back. But we'd have to have them hang way out over the rail to do that, because then they'd be too close to that station to make the turnaround. And the trains would have to just go way out of their way for no reason. So I think our solution to this whole thing is to have to move that all the way out and then just kind of rerun all the rails. And I've not done it because I just don't want to. It's convenient having this right next to my door. You know, this is something I'll keep staring at it, and eventually I'll go, you know what, just do it. Unless I come up with some brilliant alternate solution. But let's go find some yellow flowers to pick. I'm not picking anything out of my yard here because this whole place is pretty. Jake, where were you picking flowers that wasn't working for you? Is it the grasslands or? Oh yes, our power is restoring. Makes me happy. Okay, we're up to 18 gigawatts. That's most of the plant has restored. Grassland start? Okay. We'll take a quick train to the grasslands. I don't think I need to do anything with this. I can deal with this. I can deal with the restocking between episodes. That's what I normally do. Quickest way there is probably via the south route. We'll go from there. Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna have to stare a little bit more at this intersection and see if there's if I can remove some lights to keep it from being a place that can get blocked again. Even if it's not fixing the big picture. Oh, and then that thing I wanted to do. You know what we can do before Geothermal. I think we can do geothermal now. I mean, everybody's starting to show up for the stream. Like we were going to wrap up. I'm done for tonight with working on the power plant. We made good progress on the power plant. We've worked out the dimensions of the building, the floor layouts, how many floors we're going to need. Probably. We set up temporary manufacturing there for concrete and for iron, because we've decided to go with the Ficsit foundations because they paint real well. So we made a ton of progress. We sorted out all of our construction materials through smart splitters, so that we can have quick, easy access to them. On next stream, we'll be able to do some serious construction. It's, you know, I mean, we got a lot of people who have shown up. It's great to see you guys. You know. And we have some things that we can do. We don't need to be working. We're at a good stopping point for that project. But there are other things that can be done. Like picking flowers, and the thing I wanted to do earlier and I forgot about, which is we have now set up manufacturing for supercomputers, which means we can now do geothermal. Yeah, for those who weren't here earlier, that is how tall the building is going to be. It's either going to be to that first yellow, you see the first yellow arm at the top of the thing? It's either going to go to there, or it's going to go to the full height, depending on how if we can expand a couple of the floors. That's how tall the building's going to be. And we've started laying out the floors. We've found our center. Yeah, we made a lot of progress. All of those storage bins should be empty now, or probably empty now, because we've run them down to the job site, and we have everything sorted out in material types. We've generally figured out the layouts that we're probably going to do for all the machinery. And it looks like the poll earlier settled on 4 p.m. Eastern for the start time, which is our usual start time. Those of you who have come late, if the poll is still, you can still vote. So I know the number of you don't seem to be able to show up until later, and I want to try to maximize the amount of time that people show up. All right, that's a lot of yellow. Well, that's yeah. People have lives. It's not it's for you. Like, I could start within a certain range. And I want to start at a, people who want to be here. I want to give you guys as much opportunity to be here. So that's why I put up that poll. I'm not getting the option to pick up. I don't know if we were always able to pick these up or not. I would assume we were able to. But it does not seem like we can pick up these flowers. The flowers are too far away. There we go. Let's see if this will give us the flowers. I am sorry for you trees, but this is science. Yeah, that didn't even clear these. These might not be. These might not. They just might be aesthetic. They might not be collectible. I mean, I know like the flowers around our home area, I think could be picked up. We need to head back to the house anyway, so we'll look at those. We need to unlock geothermal, and I wanna drop some geothermal plants, especially considering what we went through this afternoon. I think it would behoove us to get the geothermals up and running. I'm not a fan of the geothermals because they're unreliable power, but more is more than not. Sure, we just need to get across the map, actually. Home. Drop off. I think that's the one. Home left west, Midwest right. Oh, wrong one. Our train is parked in home Midwest, and it's facing the wrong direction. From the direction that we're coming. We'll go that way. Well, we're definitely gonna put batteries at the new power site. Well, I mean, yeah, Rick, I mean, I know we can pick up flowers. I can't be sure that the yellow flowers weren't always a decoration. I mean, I feel like we were able to pick them up, but I also feel like there were always some plant life that was decorative that we couldn't pick up, and I don't specifically remember it being or not being the yellow flowers. And it has been such a long time since I built in the grasslands that any memory of it is completely unreliable. But I know, like, the purple flowers we can pick up. And those spawn around our house in this run. But they're also taller flowers. Yeah, Greg, I mean, it seems to me like we probably were able to pick up the yellow ones. And so there's a reasonable chance that it's a bug and that you're supposed to be able to pick them up. I just can't remember specifically. Like I said, I feel like there was some vegetation that was decorative that I was never able to pick up. But I don't specifically remember it being the yellow flowers. Those orange bushy flower bushes down there. There's purple flowers right there. don't think anybody has to pass through here. But like, yeah, like these can be picked up. Yeah, see right there it says pick flower petals. I'm hearing something. Ah, that's what I'm here. That's what I thought. I thought I heard skittering. What's the matter? Were you waiting for me to get to the ground? I have a hover pack. I don't ever have to touch the ground. Sit still. If you want me, you're gonna have to call in your mama because she's the only one that can jump. Oh, good grief! We're all over the place. You guys settle down. I'm trying to murder you. Oh, I dropped all my other nobelisks, my fancy ones, in the thing because we needed space. This would be such a great opportunity to use my cluster bombs. Yeah, smile for the camera. Ah! Turn direction as I was trying to lead him. Ah! Stop moving! This shadow rebar just does so little damage. You know what? I'm done messing with you. Where you at now? There we go. Problem solved. Alright, as I was saying, yeah, the purple ones are fine, and the pink one, or the orangish ones are still fine. Reddish orange. Yeah, I knew we could pick up. See, like these are, I think these are a little bit bigger than the yellow ones, but I don't know, maybe not. Well, I mean, the shadow rebar is new with all the other ones. I don't know if they nerfed it or not, maybe. Yeah, we'll have to check the forums or Discord and ask about whether or not the yellow flowers were ever pickable and if they're intentionally not pickable now or if that's a bug. The other ones are pickable still. Is that a stray leaf or was that another spider? Saw something move out of the corner of my eye. Oh really? They nerfed the Basher. You're talking about the sword, right? Not the little electrocutor. I mean, it's. I think that if, I mean, the Basher is. I agree that the Basher is overpowered. But honestly, I think that its damage isn't what is overpowered. It's its attack rate. You can like you're, you know, a Jedi with a lightsaber. They need to slow down the attack rate of it. I think that would bring it more in line. Oh, we lost one of our favorite trees in an update. And I don't know when it disappeared, but we lost it, and I'm not happy about it. So if you guys remember or don't, because this was a long time ago, when we built this early in the season or the series, there was a gigantic tree right here. Oh, they're all gone. This was a really recent update then, because I was giving a tour of this to a friend and these trees were still there. So we had a tree right here that we built around. This was like our planter. We had a big old tree coming out of it. And we had two trees, or we had one really big tree here that we had lined up. It was right here. I think it was right here. Yeah, I think it was right here. We had lined up, because at the time we didn't expect to use powder here. Or Nobilis. We just, you know, in case we need to come and get it. And so I buried these outputs behind the gigantic tree that was blocking both of them right here. And that tree's gone as well. I definitely didn't cut them down. Oh, hello down there. A little cockroach. So a recent update destroyed those trees. Oh, that makes me unhappy. And you can't argue that they're gone because, you know, there was a platform running through them. Because look, these trees are still here. Yeah, our two biggest trees that they were my two favorite trees, and they're both gone. Oh, no, that's not where we need to go. We need to go to the house. We need to go to... Actually, we don't need to. Put it right here. Okay, we need... Alright, we have everything else on us, so we need 50... supercomputers, which we don't have here. Came to the wrong place. We're going to take our train because I want to build geothermal, and our train has a lot of our equipment on it. Oh. Actually already set to go to the right place. Anything? Oh, right. Replace all of our concrete. So we have geothermal right next to the base. And we have geothermal... I wanted to say near the... work site? was thinking there was geothermal right in this area, but I'm not so certain now. We have geothermal right here next to us. That's what we're gonna do right now. I have to look again at the jobs. I felt like we saw some of those flat platforms. Oh, we have some at the hub, electronics hub. But right where we're going right now, there's geothermal. I just realized we parked our our temporary train in the far station, and I think that far station is now being used by our aluminum train. Creating more problems again by all these throwaway trains. There's the aluminum express. Still moving. Let's see where does he drop off? Express. Okay, he's in the mid. He's in the middle. He's sharing the middle with the other train. All right, so he's not in the way. Really coming in slowly. That's alright, we don't need many of them. Da, 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 da. And unlocking geothermal power. Forward. Oh, I need rubber. I need 3 rubber. Fortunately, I think we can find some in the area. Price again. Geothermal power. Wow, that was loud. Why was that sound much louder than everything else? Oh, I just happen to have the stuff we need for the Mark III power poles. You know, we probably should do that. I don't really use them much, but given that we're making an 85 gigawatt power plant with very dense machines in them, we might actually benefit from having access to those. And grab programmable splitters that we were saying earlier that would have been useful to us. Wow, that sound is that like wildly louder to everybody else than everything else? Or geothermal. Yeah, that was really strange. I don't know how many spots there are, so let's just... Bit loud, but pleasant. Back. everything we need is here, which is good. Well, I mean, heavy modular frames aren't, but we have our train with us, so we have that covered. High-speed connectors. I can't wait until I have this whole bottom floor cleaned up and organized. Which should be right back where we just walked away from. Can we get away with? Yes, we can. Ha! Oh, I love our new hover pack. There's geothermal around here somewhere. Oh, there. Yeah, right there. Is it? Yes. You guys are lucky I don't have my gas grenades on me. A little less lucky in the sense that I do have my explosive ammo. Hey, back off! Rude. We bother to platform these? I mean, it's such a thing that we always put everything on platforms, but it feels wrong to put a geothermal on a platform. I'm just gonna go with no. Woo! Being all dramatic, beating his chest. Any more geothermal around here? We can't scan for it, can we? Oh, we can. Yep, that seems to be the only one. At least within range. We isolate what we're looking at, because now there's so much stuff on the radar. Direction are we facing? Okay. Oh wow, that's some range. Okay, yeah, that's a little further out than we need. Okay, so that's the only one in the immediate area. Figure. I haven't used one of these since they made them variable. Can you search on the map? Okay. How does this work? Does it just goes all the way up and then all the way back down? I mean, I know that it's reliable, but not. That's weird. Okay, well, whatever. It's power. Got a cool drumming sound to it. Gonna take the wheel for now. A little choppy. Oh, you were asking if we could search it, or not saying you can. We'll check when we can. We can't access the map while we're in the train. Yeah, we can now. Search bar. Oh. Yes, we can. We should be paying attention to where we're going. A good point. I don't think there's any geysers back there. I think they're up on that ridge that we're driving right past. Can't stay here forever. This line is used by our aluminum express. Guys are right there. I thought there was more than one geyser here. Okay, yeah, there's one over there. Okay. I don't know how we're gonna... I guess we're gonna have to run it all the way up there? We don't have anywhere else to connect it. I'm trying to not get... Trying to stay out of the range of the hostiles, but it's not letting me. Plant it from here. Alright. Time to murder some stuff. Oh, right, we... rail up here. Definitely the only two. Too long, too long, too long. Come on. Alright, want to meet in the middle. We're holding up a train, so we don't want to leave it down there for too long. But we're pulling power off of the train track. Can't get close enough to fly up. Just shy. Probably could make it if we put on our regular jetpack, but let's just fly up to home. Dragging this wire all the way with us. I don't want to drag it through the floor. I also don't want to get too far away from the rails behind me and end up falling. There we go. Can I run power down here for anything? I have not. Oh, there you go. Perfect. There we go. Oh, the air train's on its way. That's our aluminum express. Okay, this is only producing 150. Wow. That's hardly worth the material that we built it out of. 300. I mean, it's supplemental, right? It is what it is. Wow, look at all the bad guys down there that wish that we couldn't fly. Let's head to the job site real quick and check over there, because there was, I feel like there was, you know, these multicolored flat areas, calcite like in areas. Get out of the way of the aluminum train, it should be on its way down. Oh, you know, I wonder if it... Nope, it's still there. I was wondering if it calculated that the route was blocked and went the other way around, which I was pretty sure is not a thing in this game. And it did not. But that would be interesting, you know, if it saw that the route was blocked and calculated a way around the route. I mean, it would specifically have to only identify non-moving objects, because the route's always blocked somewhere along the way by other trains that are moving. But if it had one, a train that's turned off is a dead weight on the rail, then it could be classified as you know, a blocked route. Let's just stop here real quick. Probably a geyser in this area. Back it up. I don't specifically remember one, but I feel like there might be. Turn! Turn! Whoa! Oh, that was a near miss. There's no stopping this train. Oh yeah, look, that area back there looks like it could be geyser territory. Let's back this up enough to get out of the way of the aluminum train. Yeah, that looks like a geyser to me. Man, that was so close. Oh, Mama, I told you these guys can jump really high now.
Picking up multiple Ficsit personnel in the area. Proceed with harvest before
You
it's
tried to
too
sneak up
late.
behind me and got caught on the train, didn't you?
Harvest.
I mean, you should have seen when I was making this rail line. These guys were all over me. Too busy to murder you guys last time I was through here, but I'm making an exception now. All right. So in order to geyser those, we'd have to run power all the way to that station. And I don't really feel like doing that right now. Yeah, I think that we'll revisit that. But, you know, mental note that that's here. Here, where are we? Here. Let's do... No geyser icon. Guess we'll pick the mountain icon instead. Probably misspelled geyser. I feel like I saw something around here that was pro-geyser territory, but I didn't actually see a geyser itself. I also want to... Where did we put our other nobelisks? They must be in the other personal box back at home. I wanted to pick up my gas nobelisks, cluster nobelisks. Ah! That's not where I was expecting. Pure geyser. Pure geyser. Looks like I marked that there to remind me that there were geysers there. So there isn't one. I was thinking I saw one over here. That's too far away. We'd have to run conveyors or run cables pretty far for that. We might in the future, but I'm not going to right now. I want to fix this. So for those of you who weren't here earlier, this is our sorting system for all of our materials for the job site. Looks like we ran out of room. Oh yeah, we still need to get more. Motors, I think, and heavy modular frames. All right, and we'll see if something else backs up later. Just a quick overview for the people who were late, although you can always watch the replay. This is where we centered it. And I think we're gonna go with just like a flat floor like this. I'm gonna think about this a little bit more over the week. Whether or not we want to do something like maybe expand, you know, a little bit more on the sides. And then like make it like maybe make a hole up to the center, just for something, you know, you could fly up and down it, or just peer down it down into the water or something. It's gonna, you know, if we do that, it's gonna take some testing, because it would have to push, because on the different floors, you know, the machines are different sizes, and would have to be able to get away with moving the machine, all different size machines, over enough to make a hole through there. So that's something I'll think about. Overall, we just kind of need to come up with an aesthetic for how this place is going to look. Wow, this is really still making. How is this not full already? Oh, that's right, because I stacked to 500. But we're gonna get away with 2 floors of each type of refinery, and then 10 to 12 floors of generators. So this will be the next. That's not going to be the generator floor. Generator floors are going to start a couple more up. In fact, I think we just finished drawing that floor and was just about to start drawing this floor when the power cut out. And that was kind of where we were at. This is the crude. This is going to be our first crude oil floor. Yep. In fact, that's exactly what we had done, because we had just marked out the new height of the next floor and made some room in our inventory when everything went tragically wrong. Wow, that is bright. And this was the darker of the oranges. But it won't be so bright when it's covered with a floor. You can see how much darker it gets. I'm sure we'll do some kind of lighting, but we won't have... I don't think we'll go massive on the lighting. We'll see. We'll see how it... we'll see how it works out. We plan to do this over multiple weeks. This is why we knew it would take time to math it all out and then plan out the design and do the actual build and then troubleshoot and do all that stuff. Phew. Oh, it's backed up again. Now it's rubber. Yeah, hopefully that'll be enough to clear the lines. If not, that's fine. We get everything we need. You know, the whole thing will end up draining eventually. Like I said, we still need to grab some heavy modular frames and motors that we didn't have enough of before. Most of this is... Yeah, we can get rid of all this now. All this is cleared out. Nice. In case we deliver anything else. That'll merge the two stations. We don't even have to do that. Just do this. Clean this up. So we no longer have a massive stock of stuff. Yeah. All right, there we're good. So we're gonna head home. This is where we'll end up ending. I think the last thing I want to do, well, I got it on my mind, is get as much of the, because we forgot the entire session, to get the motors and heavy modular frames. That way, when I'm working on next episode during the week, they can be backstocking. Backfilling the stock in the warehouse in case we don't have enough for one of them. Yeah, we still need 6,220 motors, so we're still... I think that the container only holds like 2,400 because they stack in 50s. I feel like that's the number. Means we would still have like 3 more loads of those to go. Maybe we should even... we can't access the menu. We do it from here. Nope. I was gonna say we could look and see if we could do any manufacturing of motors on site, but I don't think... I think motors are rotors plus stators. We're definitely, if that's true, then we're not going to do that high tier of a production on site. It's just would be silly. By the time we actually got it set up, then our main production would have caught up. I'm glad I took the time this week to actually make this direct rail line. You know, I realized that we were going to kind of need aluminum for, you know, like it would benefit us greatly to have the hover pack. And honestly, we really needed Mark V belts for this project. So I was like, you know, I wasn't ready to make an aluminum factory yet for the map, but I was like, you know, we could stop by the swamp and pick up some bauxite and just do a one-off machine that'd be good enough, and it gave me an excuse to go ahead and make that line because that guy, that mine was, you know, in between our job site and home. So it gave me enough incentive to just go ahead and make the new rail line. And I'm glad I did, as much as we bounced back and forth today. I can get rid of that clipping conveyor too. Before it we don't need to relay stuff anymore. I love watching the trains just kind of casually come and go. It's like having a model train set without having to dedicate an entire basement to it. All right. Our inventory. Why are you backed up? Oh, right, because we now have the... I forgot they share the station. That's okay. Perfectly fine. Motors. Yep, 2400. Oh, spreadsheet. That will bring us up to having 6850. But we still need another 3,820. So yeah, we need another full storage and then some. And heavy modular frames are downstairs. $2,450. We need all of these plus another stack. I think we can wait for one more stack to come in. We have more than a stack just on the belts alone. Alright, so that covers us for all of our heavy modular frame need. All right, so yeah, that's where we are going to end it. Nothing else to do today other than back to building. Save the spreadsheet. We are over 8 hours. think that is a good time to call it. And our episodes at home, we should do it properly here. Thanks again for everyone who came out. You know, looking at the poll, looks like the majority was still 4 p.m., which is our normal starting time. Followed by 3 p.m. I was considering whether or not to roll the 4s and the 5s in. Get people who would be fine at 3 a.m. So 4 probably is still good. I mean, the vast majority would be 3 and 4. So we'll try for now keeping the same start time. I forgot to bring all my stuff with me. That's okay. Don't worry about it. I'll run back over there and pick it all up. And when we started this stream, we were at 499 subscribers. We were one shy of the 500 mark. So if anyone hasn't subscribed, if we haven't gotten a new subscription since they started, look. I was gonna say, you could be the 500th. Oh, nope, too late. 500. Hey, we're up to 500. Of course, YouTube doesn't care about 500, but still, it's a nice milestone. 1,000 is the milestone that YouTube cares about. That's when we start unlocking some other features that there's no reason not to be unlocked at 500. But halfway there, halfway to the first milestone that YouTube cares about. But anyway, thanks very much for coming out. Good, great to see you guys. Always glad to see you. You know, even if you can't come in early, you know, we always stream long, at least for this game. And I'm always glad to see, you know, familiar names and new names. And I appreciate whenever you come out, however much time you can spend with us. Next week we will resume in earnest building the building. Now that we have the design more or less figured out, we should be able to make a lot of progress next week. I'm not going to assume that we're going to finish it next week, but maybe. You know, if we don't crash the entire the entire factory again. But I don't know. You know, just laying out the foundation of it and getting machines down is only the start of it. We have an obscene amount of piping to run and figure out how to run and how we want to run it. Make it look good, make it organized. So there's still a ton of logistics to work out. We have the general design now, we need the logistics. You know, how by the math are we gonna, because we're gonna go way over our capacity for pipes and conveyors. So we still have to work out the math for how we're gonna group machines to carry materials and to deliver materials, because the inputs aren't going to match the outputs, most likely. So there is a lot of logistic challenges that we're going to have to overcome next week. So we almost certainly won't finish it next week because of the logistic challenges. That we'll just work through them live, which is why I'm not working this out during the week, is because I want to work these out live with everybody, so that they can see the process that I go through between episodes when I'm working on, you know, when I go, hey, all right, we're gonna build this thing, and then there's a time lapse, and 2 minutes later it's done. this is the many hours of which I go through on some of these projects. And it's just kind of nice to hang out and walk the process. So I don't want to shortcut the process by doing it between episodes or during streams, between streams. So I would plan on 2 more streams of working on this project before we probably go back to at least 1 hard space. Since hard space just came out on PS5 and Xbox, I guess, it would be nice to get a live stream in for some of our new subscribers. I know we're picking up the subscribers that have pushed us to 500 are still hard space. They're not Satisfactory subscribers. Plus, you know, I love that game and I want to get back to it. So that's kind of our plan going forward. 4 o'clock Eastern next Saturday. Tomorrow will be another episode for Satisfactory, which won't contain any of this because it's already done. It feels weird having them come out of order, but I need the episodes to come out after the live streams because I want the latest notification for people who are subscribed to be the episodes, because they're more likely to sit down and watch the half-an-hour episode than they are to sit down and watch an 8-hour live stream. So I don't want the episode to get usurped by the newest notification being the live stream. That's why I do them out of order. But be sure to watch it if you're interested. That'll be it. Thanks very much for coming out. Thanks for hanging out. It makes this so much more entertaining to have you guys hang out. It takes a lot of time to do this stuff. So doing it with friends is always the best. Be sure to leave a like on your way out. I imagine all of you are already subscribed. Yeah, that's about it. So thank you very much for coming out, and have a great rest of your weekend, and I look forward to seeing you next week.